Small talk, no conversation. That look makes me impatient. I can't tell what you're thinking. Please tell me what you're thinking. Last night we were more than fine. Just tell me if you changed your mind. If you changed your mind. I'm all in. I'm calling, no answer. You text me when you feel like, when it feels right, when it feels right to you. But I'm all in, I'm falling faster. But if you're looking at me with the heart of doubt, don't kiss me right now. Don't tell me that you need me. Don't show up at my house all caught up in your feelings. Don't run me round and round. Don't build me up just to let me down. Just to let me down, down, down. Don't mess with my head. Don't tell me you're falling with your feet still on the ledge. I'm all out of breath. Baby, don't run me round and round. Don't kiss me, no, don't kiss me right now. On your lips, just leave it if you don't mean it. Oh yeah, you know you got me in the palm of your hand. I love those hands. Oh yeah, but you only let me hold you when he can. Yeah, I don't understand. Cause I'm all in. I'm calling, no answer. But you text me when you feel like, when it feels right to you. But I'm all in. I'm falling faster. But if you're looking at me with the heart of doubt, don't kiss me right now. Don't tell me that you need me. Don't show up at my house all caught up in your feelings. Don't run me. Even when you wanna go away, till you're home, hold a place till you're coming home. Show you where the garden grows. Just ring me when you wanna go. I can't wait for you to come my way. I've been far away, but I'll keep running just to find a way to you, to the
you are holding on to that dream. You have a choice today to go up or stay down. Now is the time to take the first step to the top. With quality review materials that produce born top-notchers and thousands of board passers across professions.
Today, let's discuss
In dynamic, innovative, and interactive review delivery. Ensuring an excellent, balanced, relevant, and comprehensive review experience. Extending support beyond review and celebrating victories together as one family. What you choose today determines your success, so make that powerful decision.
Welcome to the top.
Choose to be the top with Top Rank.
So one thing na na-help sa akin ng top rank talaga is that confidence. Nung pumasok ko, yun talaga yung hinahanap ko sa top rank eh. Kasi I always question myself. And yun yung nagiging breaking point ko lagi. Imagine all those exams na every time na sobrang hirap, you try even harder. Tapos next exam, mas mahirap ulit. So you try harder again. So by the time na mag-PNLE na, parang, okay, give it to me, I can do it.
Very holistic po sila approach. Hindi lang po mentally, ano rin po sila sa physically, spiritually, and emotionally po. Tulad po sa stress management na po.
Sa top rank kasi, na-realize ko, there's so much more to learn. Every single day na nakaupo ko sa harap ng lecturers sa top rank, they've given me knowledge na nakuha nila from their experiences as nurse. Iba kasi yung top rank, parang pag naririnig ko siya, very welcoming. Tapos yung lecturers, very engaging sa students. And then, ayun, parang everybody really cared na kailangan makapasa tayo. Nagmo-motivate kami sa isa't isa. And then, ayun, basta pag top rank, iba talaga siya. As in, ibang level. So, never ako nag-regret na nag-top rank.
Naniniwala po ako na lahat ng student may potential. Top rank was there to harness me to the fullest extent of my abilities. From giving me top-notch lecturers, top-notch materials, environment, it never came short of providing me what is the best there is for me to improve myself and to help me achieve this goal.
Top rank po kasi mag-e-enjoy ka talaga. Ang naging review ko po sa top rank is fun, enjoyable, habang natututo ka ng maraming learnings. So, minsan gigising ako in the morning, parang tinatamad ako, bad trip ako, ganyan. Then, ma-realize ko, ay teka, funny yung prof ko ah. Parang gusto ko ma-enjoy tong araw na to. So, ang gagawin ko, papasok po ako ng top rank. Then, uuwi ako, good vibes na ako. Ang dami ko pang natutunan.
Out of everyone na nag-take ng board exam, ako po yung top 1. Hindi pa rin po nagsisink in totally. Bali yung mom ko po yung pinaka-inspiration ko po. Kasi siya po yung reason kung bakit gusto ko po maging successful.
Sobrang proud ako na hindi ko ma-express yung feelings ko kung ano yun. Na hindi nga, that night hindi ako nakatulog. Pero ngayon, the same pa rin, para pa rin akong naka-float. Kala ko sa TV ko lang mapapanood na naranasan ko pala ngayon na kahit sa kabila ng mga experience mo ng mga hardships, meron din pala talagang hope na pwede kang top of all.
Thank you po.
Ha?
Thank you. Hindi ko po din akalain na magta-top 1 ako, pero sa tulong po ng top rank, nakamit ko po.
Di nagtatapos sa 4 na sulok ng kwartong ito ang kwentong top rank. Mag-aaral, magsasaya, at higit sa lahat, magta-top sa board exam. Dahil sa top rank, pamilya kami.
So always remember, ang dami niyong opportunities, okay? What we offer in Asian is, you tell us what to do, and we will make it happen for you.
Don't ever let somebody tell you that you can't do something. Not even me. You gotta dream, you gotta protect it. You want something, go get it. Here.
Be confident. You have that knowledge. Later on, ang tanging hihilingin mo na lang ay enlightenment.
What's on the team right now? Representing Top Rank
Maayong punta sa inyong mga Maria representing Top Rank
Kayo na rin! Sa
Congratulations, Top Rank RNs!
Top rankers, congratulations. Kino-congratulate ko na kayo lahat kasi alam ko mapapasa niyo lahat yan dyan sa board exam na yan. And not only just pass it, but really with flying colors.
It started in 1976. Pumasok ako sa UST. I was taking BS Chem that time. So hanggang 1979 lang ako kasi I had to drop out dahil sa family problems. Kaya ako gustong mag-aral uli kasi nung nagtatrabaho ako, notice ko na yung mga kasamahan ko sa office, alam ko namang gawin yung ginagawa nila eh. May opinion ako pero hindi nila pinakikinggan. So sabi ko, siguro kailangan talaga para ka ma-recognize siya ka mapakinggan, meron kang degree. So, yun yung nag-push sa akin. After 10 years, 2015, nag-enroll na ako hanggang sa makagraduate ako. Ang dami kong challenges doon kasi pagpasok pa lang sa classroom, akala nila ako na yung professor eh. Good morning, ma'am. Sabi ko po, estudyante rin po ako. Turning 57 na ako na nag-enroll uli ako sa Fatima. Age does not matter. Kaya sabi ko, I will show them na kaya ko pa. Hindi talaga nawawala. Ano ba alam doon sa ginagawa ko? Tsaka yung gusto ko eh. Gusto ko talagang maging nurse. Ang gusto kong sabihin sa parents ko, Mom, Dad, registered nurse na ako at 60 years old. And this is for you. It would have been great kung na-achieve ko to nung younger pa ako. Anyway, nagawa ko pa din. I love you both. Ako si Maria Lorena Escolar, single parent, senior citizen, at now is an registered nurse. Ito ang top ranker kwento ko. Ikaw, anong top ranker kwento mo?
on your mind，想哄你，但我不知道怎么了。I always know when and how to make you smile，要这叫心情高高了。Oh baby, why you look sad? Don't know, but I know I'm gonna turn it around right now. Oh baby, why you look sad? Don't want that no more. Turn that frown upside down to smile.
Yeah, why you look sad? Now I would have chose to give you solitude, but I'm trying to be a good dad. Say you want a New York tour, okay, I got 4 words, yeah, I'ma book that. Roller coaster, constant emotions, life is never so always know and never miss a moment. Love it when you wear your best makeup, what I mean is really your smile. Aim with a way until nobody knows shout. Since you out, I'm feeling so proud. 너고라니도 나 이쁘단 또 심이 진진동 since you pay when I need a showdown.
I wanna know what is up and on your mind，想哄你，但我不知道怎么了。I always know when and how to make you smile，要这叫心情高高了。Oh baby, why you look sad? Don't know, but I know I'm gonna turn it around right now. Oh baby, why you look sad? Don't want that no more. Turn that frown upside down to smile. Oh baby, why you look sad? Don't know, but I know I'm gonna turn it around right now. Oh baby, why you look sad? Don't want that no more. Turn that frown upside down to smile.
I've been waiting on a rescue. She the type to call me up.
To be the best we can be, all that we learned at Top Rock Review Academy. We shout with pride and heads up high as victors our dreams. Heart of a single name in a part. The clash of battle is sweet to hear. Right now, and the victory
is near. Excellence is our only standard to outshine the rest. With a great mind and compassionate heart, a home that trained us to be the best we can be. All that we learned at Top Rock Review Academy. We shout with pride and heads up high as victors our dreams shall soar to the sky. The trained us to be the best we can be. Soar to the sky. We learn that if you want the Top Rock Review Academy. Soar to the sky.
Di nagtatapos sa apat na sulok ng kwartong ito ang kwentong Top Rank. Mag-aaral, magsasaya, at higit sa lahat, magtatap sa board exam. Dahil sa Top Rank, pamilya kami.
So always remember, ang dami niyong opportunities. Okay? What we offer in Asian is, you tell us what to do, and we will make it happen for you.
Don't ever let somebody tell you that you can't do something. Not even me. You gotta dream. You gotta protect it. You want something, go get it. Here.
Be confident. You have that knowledge. Later on, ang tanging hihilingin mo na lang ay enlightenment.
Congratulations, Top Rank RNs!
Top rankers, congratulations. Kino-congratulate ko na kayo lahat kasi alam ko mapapasa nyo lahat yan dyan sa board exam na yan. And not only just pass it, but really with flying colors.
Hi, we're the ones and we're wishing you good luck sa inyong exam. Alam kong lahat ng hard work nyo ay magpipay off at sana lahat ng nalilin nyo ay maalala nyo. Ngayon pa lang, kino-congratulate na namin kayo. Congratulations dahil alam ko na kayo ay papasa at mapapabilang kayo sa mga top notchers this year. So congratulations in advance, Top Rank RNs.
Good afternoon po, Doc.
Hi. Nakikita kaya? Can you see my whiteboard, my dear? Kita yung whiteboard ko? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sorry, may problem dito sa aming we are not familiar with this new laptop. I'm sorry. Can we now start? Hello, mic test. Hello. Tin. Tin, andito na ako. Tin.
Hi, Doc.
Hello, Tin. Nakapagdasal na? Okay na? Okay na, Tin? Nakikita niyo ako? Anak ko sa ilaw. Hello, Madam Tin.
Yes po, Doc. Nakikita po.
Okay, start na tayo?
Yes po, Doc.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. So let us have a brief recapitulation of the things that we have done through the past 2 days. It was an opportunity for me to emphasize the importance of being tested as a new or a novice nurse of a mental institution. Thus, you have to know the basics. The basics means to say the application of the nursing process. And do remember that in the application of the nursing process, what is important, my dear, is that of trying to address first the safety of the patient before you go into other levels of care. And if you are into the nursing process of intervention, you have to exhaust first all your independent nursing function before you go to other nursing functions. And you have to satisfy clients' needs based on the client's perception, not based on our perception. I've emphasized that there are 3 components of the psychotherapeutic management. The 3 components of psychotherapeutic management are the use of the tools of the trade or the therapeutic tools of the mental health nurse. Number 2, the use of psychopharmacotherapy or the use of drugs. And lastly, the use of milieu management. Now, under the tools of the trade, there are 3. These are the therapeutic use of self. Number 2 is the use of therapeutic nursing skills. And number 3 is the establishment of a therapeutic nurse-patient relationship. Let me emphasize, my dear, that with the therapeutic use of self, it is purposely using yourself, deliberately using your own personality, your knowledge, experiences, and feelings. And take note, we do it intentionally, deliberately, so that we can develop empathy. And this will be our guide in designing for the most appropriate nursing intervention among our patients. Now, in therapeutic use of self, there are 4 elements. The 4 elements are therapeutic, the use of self-awareness. Number 2, the thoughtful self-disclosure. Number 3 is empathy. And number 4 is respect. Okay, so I've gone through the different therapeutic nursing skills. Let me emphasize the importance of your therapeutic communication techniques. I've emphasized the importance of the establishment of a therapeutic nurse-patient relationship. Now, with the chapter 2, that is the psychodynamics, we have to understand what could be the reasons, the motivations behind human behavior. Ano ang bakit sa likod ng kilos ng mga tao. Now, I paid also much emphasis on crisis. Crisis because we're facing so many crises because of the epidemic. Because of the epidemic. So, then naka-start na ako ng aking emphasis, my dear, sa iba't ibang mga mental illnesses. Anong ibang mental illnesses? Nakapag-start na ako sa aking discussion on anxiety disorders. Let me point out that in anxiety disorders, the client is into fear, intense fear and anxiety, plus the corresponding behavioral disturbances for more than 6 months. Take note if it is more than 6 months. And there is a corresponding dysfunctions. Like for example, you may have work dysfunctions. Hindi ka na nakakapagtrabaho. Family dysfunctions. You are no longer performing your role as a mother or as a father. There could be also social dysfunctions. You are no longer meeting your friend because of the intense fear and anxiety. And take note, the differences between that of fear and anxiety. Now, fear is said to be coming from a specific source, a specific source. An example is, nakakatakot si Manny. Sino si Manny? Si Manny Ningil. Whereas that of anxiety, my dear, medyo gawa na lang ako ng comparative table para maunawaan natin kung ano ang pagkakaiba ng takot sa pagkabalisa. Takot sa pagkabalisa. Ang Tagalog ng anxiety is pagkabalisa, agam-agam, nag-aalala. Okay, nabigay ko na sa inyo ang psychodynamics ng anxiety. Ang anxiety is said to be free floating. It is unattached to a specific source. Free floating, unattached to a specific source. Whereas ang takot, it is specific. Nagsisimula ito sa isang bagay, sa isang object. Okay, halimbawa, nakakatakot si Manny, di ba? Kasi siya si Manny Ningil. Nakapagtago kayo kay Manny Ningil na wala ang takot, it is said to be acute. Whereas that of anxiety is said to be a chronic feeling. Chronic, subjective feeling. Chronic or subjective feeling. Kayo ang nakakaramdam, how devastating, my dear, experience. Now, anxiety is said to be into the unconscious. Na-discuss ko na, my dear, ang iba't ibang mga theories regarding the etiology or the psychodynamics of anxiety. Nandyan ang ating halimbawa yung kay Harris Tapp Sullivan, it could be brought by a faulty interpersonal relationship. The Otorang's theory, that is all about birth trauma. Okay, yung psychodynamics, yung conflict between the id and the superego, nagbo-boxing si id and superego, nakapagitna si ego natin. Okay, ang anxiety natin ay mas madaling i-manage kasi may awareness tayo, conscious tayo sa ating pinagdadaanan. Okay, ang patient with anxiety disorders is both experiencing that of anxiety and fear. Pero bukod doon, may corresponding siyang behavioral disturbances. Meron siyang kasamang behavioral disturbances. Halimbawa, yung client ay merong specific phobia. So kung may claustrophobia, ang behavioral disturbances, hindi siya makakapunta sa isang closed place, sa isang lugar na enclosed. Halimbawa, meron siyang mysophobia, ang client ay hindi makahawak na magamit kasi natatakot baka makakontaminate. Take note of that. Okay. There are various forms under this. We have separation anxiety disorder. Separation anxiety disorder. Okay, take note. Again, may fear and anxiety from separation from an attachment figure to a degree that is developmentally inappropriate. Halimbawa, natatakot mapawalay sa kanyang ina sa edad na 6 na taon. Diba? Kakaiba yun. Hindi age-appropriate yun. Pero halimbawa, yung bata na nasa 1-year-old, talagang natatakot mapawalay sa kanyang ina. Okay, ang bata na nasa pagitan ng 8 to 9 months nagkakaroon ng stranger anxiety. Stranger. Pag nakakita ng ibang pagmumukha, siya ay natatakot dun sa taong yon. Okay, another example, another type, my dear, is that of selective mutism. Hindi nakakapagsalita. Okay, there is that consistent failure to speak in social situations wherein you are expected to talk or speak. Halimbawa sa eskwelahan, expected na magre-recite ka. Okay, pero sa ibang sitwasyon, nakakapag-recite naman yung client. Like one of our clients, hindi siya nakakapag-communicate to anyone. Selected few lang. Doon sa nagkaroon siya ng trusting relationship. Like one of our clients, doon niya nasabi sa akin, na when she was only 12 years old, naglaya sa bahay, and then people entered, hindi ko mabasa kung ano yun, 2 people entered, hindi ko papansinin yun. So, pero nakakapagsalita siya sa mga people with trusting relationship. Doon sa aming psychiatrist, nakakapag-communicate siya, pinusulat ang kanyang kasagutan. This is selective mutism. Okay, next number, my dear, is specific phobia. Napaliwanag ko sa specific phobia that the person is not really fearful of that specific object, specific activity or situation. ang tao ay specifically natatakot lamang doon sa specific place na yon kasi nagdi-displacement lang siya. The defense mechanism of displacement is the one operating. Okay, so binubuntun lang niya doon sa halimbawa coitophobia. Ang tunay na kinakatakutan niya hindi naman dahil sa malaki ang penis ng kanyang husband,
Hi, Doc. Doc, nakamute po kayo.
anak,
Since anong oras pa po?
kusang
Okay
ano,
na po.
kanina nadidinig mo ko? Gaano katagal na? Musaba siyang namumute o ano? Baka kami napindot ako din, ano? Anong point kaya, Tin? Anong point ang ulitin ko? Anong point ang ulitin ko, Tin? Tin, anong punto ang ulitin ko, anak?
Doc, sa phobia po.
Dito sa phobia. Oo, dito na ako, ha? So, ulitin ko, ha? Dito sa specific phobia, actually, the person is not fearful of that specific activity, a specific object or situation. The defense mechanism of displacement is the one operating. Pinagbubuntunan lamang that specific object, activity, or situation. Ang talagang what is being feared of here is said to be that of anxiety. Nababalisa lamang siya. Okay, ang ating ang commonest among all the phobias is school phobia. School phobia. So take note, it is not really the fear of the teacher or the school. It is actually being just displaced into the teacher or the school. Binubuntun lang sa eskwelahan o kaya naman doon sa teacher, ang kanyang tunay na kinakatakutan ay mapawalay sa kanyang ina. Okay, siya nga pala, kung ang child ay may school phobia, apply natin sa nursing process, sa board exam, mag-assessment muna kayo. Try to examine the type of relationship, the type of mother-child relationship. Okay, pagkatapos ng mag-assess, mag-intervene, ang management is bring back the child to school immediately because there could be permanence of this illness to the point that the child cannot be brought to school. Take note, it is our moral and social responsibility to let a child earn education. They are treated, my dear, with systematic they are treated with systematic desensitization. Systematic desensitization is gradual introduction of the feared object. Halimbawa, ang bata ay natatakot sa pagsakay ng plane. The first thing for the therapist to do is to show a picture of an airplane, and after which they go to the airport, and then after which they can stay at the stair of the plane, tapos uupo doon together with the mother, and eventually, the child can now fly. That is systematic gradual. That is the exact opposite of flooding technique. Pag flooding technique, halimbawa, ang child ay takot sa balloon, the child should be placed inside a small room and about 20 pieces of balloon ay papapasukin. We call that, my dear, as your flooding technique. Okay, siya nga pala, social anxiety or social phobia. Now, the best that can offer for work with a person with social phobia is for them to be placed in a work wherein public scrutiny is not around. Or since they have the fear of being embarrassed, pwede silang magtrabaho bilang isang filing clerk. Okay, so you have to select the job that can be suited for the situation. Okay, pero siyempre, bakit di mo pagtrabahuhin sa public places? Kailangan yon, pero kailangan with the therapist. Next number, panic disorder. Okay, so take note, there is that unexpected panic attack. It is always a concern about having more panic attacks. Let me characterize panic attacks. There is that abrupt surges of intense fear or discomfort that reach a peak within minutes, accompanied by physical and cognitive symptoms. Like, for example, the person can have a pleasurable activity, maaaring nagmo-morning, mga 2 hours yan. Pero the person can be already having some discomfort. And all of a sudden, mga ilang minuto rin yun, mga perhaps 10 minutes, nagkakaroon siya ng mga tinatawag na physical symptoms. The physical symptoms that you can find with them, my dear, is all ending with ION. Like, for example, there is that hyperventilation. Hyperventilation. Another one is palpitation. Palpitation. There is also called sensation. Lahat ng syon. Hyperventilation, palpitation, cold sensation, and the cognitive symptoms of having the thought of a heart attack. Nagkakaroon siya ng negative cognitive thought, ay negative cognition na magkakaroon siya ng heart attack. To the point that the person accompanying that persons accompanying the client with panic disorder, mapipilitan siyang dala sa isang ER o maaaring dadalhin sa Philippine Heart Center. Pero pagdating, after all the examinations, walang nakikita that there is an impending heart attack. Noon, dinadala sila sa ER and they are asked to inhale and exhale inside a brown bag. That is already bawal according to the World Health Organization because there are reported cases of accidental death na susuffocate, lalo na yung may mga asthmatic patients at sa mga bata, pwede silang masusuffocate. So, hindi na po management yung pinapahinga sa brown bag. Okay, so agoraphobia. Okay, ito yung mga individuals na hindi po pwedeng kumuha ng ayuda because they are fearful of going into an open public place. Open public place where escape is impossible. Fearful to get out of an open public place. Hahanapin yung open public place where escape is impossible. Okay, take note, a board exam question says, what is an indication that there is already an improvement from agoraphobia? Make a choice. A client can have a picnic with his co-patients in an open park. Another one, the client, my dear, can take snack inside the hospital's cafeteria alone. Chelsea. Okay, pwede na daw siyang mag-snack sa hospital's cafeteria nag-iisa. Another choice, kung siya ba ay may kakayahan ng sumama sa co-patients sa isang open public place or open park. The right answer is alpha. You look for the open public place. Mali ang D kasi the cafeteria is enclosed. So, it is not sufficient na nakikita mo na nakaka-snack sa cafeteria is an indication of improvement. Another one, lumabas din sa board exam, if the client can drive in a highway. Another choice yun. Yun ang tamang sagot. Either, halimbawa, makita mo yung nagpipiknik o kaya nagdadrive, pero different namang questions yun. Okay, siya nga pala, in America, ito ang worst among the phobias. Worst among the phobias. Bakit kaya? Kasi the person can have that intense fear and anxiety of even inside their homes. Kahit na nasa bahay sila, talaga nagkakaroon sila ng matinding fear and anxiety. Take note, sila yung tinatawag sa Amerika na housebound syndrome. Housebound syndrome. Hanggang bahay na lang kayo, baby. Okay, so kahit na nasa bahay at nag-iisa siya, nagde-develop pa rin siya ng intense fear and anxiety. So ito yung mga tinatawag na severe form of agoraphobia. Okay, next my dear is generalized anxiety disorder. As the word implies, generalized in contrast with specific phobia, in specific, iisa lang ang kinakatakutan ng client. Dito sa generalized anxiety disorder, lahat ng bagay kinakatakutan. Gaya na nabanggit ko, all sorts of fear. Fear of becoming an insane, natatakot na mabaliw. Fear that there is an impending doom and danger. Magugunaw ng mundo, delikado na ang nangyayari. Okay, meron siyang fear na talagang to the point na maaaring mag-panic ang patient. Okay, so let us now proceed with the psychopathology, the biological, that is genetic vulnerability. Okay, there is a low GABA or gamma aminobutyric acid and inhibitory neurotransmitter. Okay, another one is the psychodynamic basis like environmental factors. And also that of their primary defense mechanism is that of repression. Gaya na nga ng sinabi ko sa inyo, dun sa psychodynamic theory, nagbo-boxing lagi yung id at saka super ego, naiipit si ego. Dahil sa pagbo-boxing na yon, nakakaroon ng conflict si ego. Nandito siya, nasa gitna si ego, nasa dalawang gilid si id at saka si super ego. Because of the conflict between the id and the super ego, yung conflict na yon sa pamamagitan, my dear, ng repression ay nakakalimutan yung conflict na yon. Pero in later adult life, nandiyan na naman ang mga conflict, nandiyan na naman ang mga stressors. Okay, ang nangyayari, nadi-displace, natatransfer to a more specific, concrete na mga pinagdadaanan ng client. Okay, at saka alam ninyo, pumapasok din yung cognitive theory. Cognitive theory. Paanong cognitive theory? Ang cognitive theory, wika nga ng mga theorists ng cognitive like si Beck, Aaron Beck. Sabi niya, yung cognitive theory, people daw with anxiety disorder, they have a faulty perception. Faulty perception about the future. Faulty perception about the future. Okay, halimbawa, my dear, kumbaga sila yung mga taong laging hindi, yung sobra silang napaka-negatibo. Na halimbawa, ang ina-anticipate nila lagi, they will be the one, they will have some failures. Okay, so kaya nga, yung negative perception na yon will bring sa kanila to develop anxiety and also that of fear. Tin, okay ba yung pacing ko? Okay ba, anak? Okay? Okay yung pacing ko, my dear, mga anak? So let us now proceed with the nursing diagnosis. So we have anxiety, self-esteem disturbance, meaning to say their self-esteem or the emotional view about the self is affected. They have a low self-esteem. Fear is another one. And just like crisis, there is that ineffective coping. In as much as if you have a crisis, for you to be able to go back to that normal equilibrium, my dear, you have to have emotional support from your loved ones, my dear. But there are instances wherein there is no available resources. Wala kang kaibigan during that time, ang mga mahal mo sa buhay are not around, or there are instances that your support or your coping are said to be maladaptive coping. Okay? Let us now go to the nursing interventions. Number 1, recognize the anxiety. Meaning to say, we have to determine. Unang-una talagang tanggapin natin na tayo ay ninenervyos. Okay, self-awareness. Nakaka-nervyos, nakakapag-alala ang board examination. Gaya ng sinabi ko sa inyo, it is better to have the anxiety be placed within the conscious level. Maging aware tayo, tanggapin natin. Kasi in our attempt na magde-denial tayo, kaka-deny ninyo, baka doon pa sa punto ng pagbuhan nyo ng board exam, saka kayo makaranas ng sangkatutak na anxiety. Maaaring ngayon, mild lamang, pero you did not really make it that the anxiety can be reduced to a more comfortable level. Uulitin ko, anxiety is normal kasi may perceived naman kayong situation, kaya nakakapag-alala ito. Okay, mild level, iba, it is said to be therapeutic. Nakakatulong ito. Nagkakaroon kayo ng total focus on the situation na mo-motivate kayo. So congratulations all of you kasi nandito kayo kasi yung pag-attend nyo sa ating mga sessions, my dear, nangangahulugan na kayo ay nag-aalala. Mild level lamang yon. Without the anxiety, okay lang yon. Kung kailangan magpagod pa dun, mag-enjoy na lang ako sa buhay ko. Abay, anong state yun? Mas mali yun. Yun ay marahil ang state ng ataraxia. By the way, ataraxia is complete absence of anxiety. Ataraxia, complete absence of anxiety. You can see this among people under the influence of alcohol. Okay, ganun din yung mga people with an antisocial type of personality disorder. Nakamatay na nga, hindi pa nagiging guilty, hindi pa nagiging anxious. So nandun ang unang-unang pamamaraan sa ating own stresses, ang pagtanggap na tayo ay may anxiety. Take note of that. Okay, so dapat i-determine natin ang anxiety ng ating patient. Determine client's anxiety. Determine level of anxiety. Because in various levels of anxiety, there are different interventions or different ways of coping. Halimbawa, for the mild, what is our coping? You don't need to use your defense mechanism. Face the problem realistically. Harapin, gawin ang nararapat, mag-aral mabuti. But if you are already in the moderate, pwede naman siyang maging therapeutic provided that there is someone to supervise you. Kaya wag niyong ikakasama ng loob. If say for example, we are very makulit si Tintin, makulit si Doc Villegas, kasi kailangan nyo na ngayon ng subaybay. Okay, so pag nasa moderate kasi kayo, may partial focus na kayo, hindi katulad sa mild, total focus kayo sa situation. Pag moderate, partial ang focus ninyo. Kaya meron kayong selective inattention because you would like to block the anxiety-provoking situation. Pero gaya na nabanggit ko, it could be therapeutic with supervision. Nakakatulong dito ang palliative coping. Kaya nga kayo, meron kayong mga time for social activities. Kaya before the board exam, may bongacious tayo ng activities, di ba? Na talagang pang Miss Universe yata ang contest na ito. Kaya nga pag panaka-naka, nag-crack ako ng joke, kahit na hindi ako nakakatawa, take note of that kasi gusto ko ma-reduce ang inyong anxiety to a more comfortable level. I am praying hard that you become anxious without being threatened, without being overwhelmed. Okay. Tapos mga anak, determine nyo ang source. Saan kaya ito nagmumula? Kahit sasabihin nyo sa akin, free-floating ito, kahit sasabihin nyo ito'y unconscious, may trigger, may stressor kayo sa totoo lang. Kung minsan naman tayo ay mapagkunwari, di ba, no? Kaya ang nangyayari, hindi nyo talaga ma-atake. Paano nyo may dear mahahandle at re-reduce yung impact ng source na yon kung hindi nyo na re-recognize that you are anxious. And then, as nurses, you have to recognize and determine your own anxiety. Ayan, bilang isang nurse na nag-aalaga ng client na may anxiety disorder, tandaan nyo, kayo rin may anxiety. At tatandaan natin ang pagtanggap na may anxiety tayo na baka hindi tayo makatulong. At saka tandaan nyo, ang anxiety is said to be highly contagious, highly communicable. Kaya pag kayo'y nagbo-board exam, katabi nyo ay highly anxious. Mararamdaman nyo naman yan. Madidinig nyo, bumagsak ang ballpen, bumagsak ang kung ano-anong gamit sa table. Alam nyo, nagiging anxious na yan. Madidinig nyo pa, Diyos ko po, Diyos ko po, Diyos ko. At wala namang konsiderasyon. Nag-pray ng rosary, I believe in God, ay Diyos Maria Joseph, dinahawa na kayo. Kaya wag kayo, natataranta siya, wag kayong patataranta sa kanya. Kung hindi, pare-pareho kayong tarantado dyan. Okay, ang gagawin nyo, my dear, mag-focus kayo sa mga magagandang bagay. Imagine niyo na kayo isang RN na, sumusweldo na kayo ng 40,000 pesos. At ang alam nyo, ang bilis-bilis ngayon maka-upload ng mga tao. Wala pang 1 year na nag-duty dito. Abay, nasa London na. Kasi kumukha na sila ngayon ng walang experience, inexperience. Kaya take note of that. Yun na lang iisipin nyo. Pinaghahandaan nyo ang sarili nyo, ang mga mahal nyo sa buhay, at ang buong bansa. Kasi yung dollar na pinapadala nyo, nakakatulong na makaahon tayo. So tatandaan ang pagtanggap ng ating sariling pagkabalisa ang unang hakbangin na isang pamamaraan ng stress reduction techniques. Ang pangalawa, mag-establish tayo ng trust sa pasyente. Kayo man, usap nyo, hindi nyo mapapagkatiwalaan. Makakampante ba kayo? Natural, hindi kayo makakampante. Pero take note, kung kayo ay may trusting relationship, kahit mali ang ginagawa ko at sinasabi ko, take note, may tiwala ka doon sa tao. Yun, importante na may trusting relationship tayo. Okay, syempre, safety. Naku, baka naman nasa panic level na ang client. Alam naman sasabihin mo na nandiyan at nagwawala. Dali lang, huwag kang mag-panic. Isa-psychotherapy muna kita. Joseph, hindi na yan effective. So, syempre, sa panic level, you have to offer emergency help. Kayo din mismo maging kalmado kayo and ensure client safety. Okay, ang number 4, do not criticize coping mechanism. Sus Mariosep ka naman, board exam lang yan. Akala mo, pinagagawa mo, mamamatayan ka na. Abay, huwag mong i-criticize yun. Lalo yung dinolower ang kanyang ego integrity. Huwag niyong aatakihin kung anong ginagawa ng person. Okay, next natin. Huwag niyo naman, do not let the person, don't force the person to go in situations that provoke anxiety. Halimbawa, ang isang individual, mayroon siyang claustrophobia. Jesus Mariosep, anong gagawin ninyo? kailangan pumunta sa 30th floor, my dear, ng isang building. Lang nang pilitin nyo doon na sumakay ng elevator. Pero may gagawin tayong pamamaraan dyan. Ano? Kung halimbawa, wala siyang kakayahang ang husband, gusto makipag-sex, walang kakayahan ang nanay nyo, merong coultophobia, sabihin nyo naman sa tatay nyo, huwag naman pilitin yan. Ano? Pero hindi naman sasabihin sa tatay nyo, hutut mo na lang tatay sa pader yan. Baka naman gawin yung proctor ang iyong tatay. Biro lang, para huwag kayong maantok, mga baby. Okay, ang anim natin, environmental modification by setting limits or limiting interactions with others. Abay, nag-hysterical na nga. Ayun, isa sa kumukuha ng board exam dahil sa matindi. Nagpapanik attack na. Anong ginawa? Nagtalong pumpunan pa doon. Okay, at hindi lang yan. Ang daming kumakausap. Alam nyo, lalong nakaka-anxious yung presence ng so many people around. Okay, number 7, provide creative outlets. Alam nyo mga creative outlets, depende sa level. Siyempre, pag nasa moderate level, invite the client to some brisk walking. For severe level, mag-jogging, pero samahan ninyo. Baka biglang mag-panic attack. Siyempre, pag panic attack, ang importante is stay with the client. Stay with the client. Okay, next, monitor for impending signs of destructive behavior. Okay, dumadating ang mga moments na may destructive behavior sila, lalo na kung nasa panic level of anxiety. Like one of our clients, nasa observation room, may claustrophobia pala siya. Ano ginawa niya? Ako, sinira niya yung pinalo-palo niya iron grills, ano? Okay, anong ginawa namin? So, linabas namin sa observation room at tapos we made it clear that you will be here because we understand what is happening sa'yo, empathy, and then mag-deep breathing ka, kumalma ka, papayagan ka lang namin dito sa labas. Tapos kung may kakayahan ka na, babalik kang muli kasi dito ay sa loob ng observation room, nakikita namin ang behavior. So yun ang tinatawag na behavior modification. Yun ang tinatawag na environmental modification. Okay, maging handa tayo sa pagturo ng mga relaxation exercises. Okay, next, my dear, importante that we monitor vital signs and we prescribe, my dear, the corresponding anxiolytics. Okay, let us now go, mga baby, sa psychopharmacotherapy. Take note, anxiolytics. Like, for example, the Espinosa, these are the your synapse, my dear, ang kanyang mechanism of action, pinopotentiate si GABA. So, ang ginagawa niya matitigsik, matatag si GABA. Si GABA ay isang inhibitory neurotransmitter. Si GABA ang nagsasabi sa ating utak na huwag kang kakabahan, ikaw ay kukuha ng board exam, yun, tigapigil yun ng matinding feeling na nagpapanik ka. Okay, pero alam nyo, hindi kayo basta-basta bibigay ng anxiolytics. Bakit kaya? Anxiolytics will only be given on a short-term basis. Bakit kaya? Because of the potential for habituation. Nakakakos ito ng dependence. Okay, alam nyo, may mga ganyang client na talagang highly dependent na sila dito sa mga benzodiazepines. And take note, it could be only given, alam nyo, ang sinasabi namin sa pasyente, PRN lang po ito. Kumbaga po, lagi kayong may dala na 2 to 3 tablets. Kasi po, halimbawa, one of our clients, kailangan niyang pumanik sa 32 floor ng isang building. Jesus Mariose, pag pinapanik nyo up to the 32 floor of that building, baka aabutin siya ng 10 Pasko, baka ma-exhaust. So, kailangan niyang sumakay ng elevator, pero may claustrophobia siya. Bigyan nyo ng PRN na ngayon na Xanax para ma-tolerate niya, makakalma siya habang nakasakay siya sa elevator. Okay, at tatandaan nyo, you have to taper the dose gradually, dahan-dahan. Avoid sudden withdrawal from this drug, because sudden withdrawal may cause convulsion, headache, tremors, vomiting, cramping, and sweating. Inuunti-unti ang pagbaba. Halimbawa, may mga patient kami ng mga may seizure disorders. Aside from their anticonvulsant drugs, they are also given your Xanax. At lalong-lalo na, if the person with seizure disorder is having status epilepticus, meaning to say, their seizure comes successively. Kung sunod-sunod ang seizure nila, baka mamatayan kayo ng pasyente. Kaya tuloy, binibigyan epilepticus. So, ang ginagawa, binibigyan sila ng mga anxiolytics. Lalong-lalo na may mga clients kami who are receiving anxiolytics for more than 8 months. And in large doses, you have to taper the dose gradually. At tandaan, no to alcohol because alcohol is a CNS depressant. These anxiolytics are also CNS depressant. Ikinombine nyo, anong resulta? Potentiating. Magkukos yan, masama yan. Baka magkaroon ng respiratory depression ang pasyente nyo. Okay, and take note to caffeine. Kasi caffeine, CNS stimulant, anxiolytic, CNS depressant, the effect ngayon is antagonistic. So anong mangyayari, my dear? Say, for example, the client is on benzos, tapos pinainom mo ng 250 milligrams of caffeine. Okay, 250 milligrams of caffeine. Yung 250 milligrams of caffeine, nakukuha pala yan sa isang tasa ng brewed coffee. Yung minom ka ng brewed coffee sa Starbucks, makakakuha ka pala dyan ng 120 milligrams of caffeine. Kumisan, iinom ka na naman, 20 pa ang kukunin mo, napakataas. Yung 2 tasa pala ng caffeine na 8 ay 12 ounces pala, 12 ounces. 12. Okay, 8 ounces lang pala. Makakakuha ka dyan ng 250 milligrams. And a cup of instant coffee, 60 milligrams. A cup of tea, my dear, 40 milligrams. Ang mga tsokolate, may mga 15 to 10 milligrams of caffeine. So, bawal na bawal ang kape kasi wala na yung iniinom mo. It will render the effect of your anxiolytics. Alam nyo, anong maintenance ng persons with this disorder? They have to be maintained with antidepressants. Ito pa lang muna. Okay, ang mga anxiolytics like benzos, side effects are drowsiness. So you don't allow the person to drive, to operate machineries when they are into the use of anxiolytics. Example, family physician ang dinala ng kapatid ko na nagkaroon siya talaga ng matinding anxiety. Kasi 39 years old lang sila ng kanyang asawa, na kuryente asawa niyang nurse, and then after 10 years, yung anak naman niya, aksidente sa motor, talagang punong-puno ng trahedya ang buhay niya. Bigla siya nagkaroon ng anong ginawa ng doktor? Pinescribe, family physician, pinescribe siya ng aprasonam, nag-drive, nahilo, nakakatulog, nabangga, montik nang mamatay. So, bawal mag-drive, bawal mag-operate ng machineries, at saka makakatakot, baka mag-hypo ang client. Nakaka-confuse pa ito, minsan matinding headache niya, at may mga instances na ate, ihi ako ng ihi, at laging pagod. At ang mahirap, decrease ang coordination, kaya tuloy natataranta, baka mabangga talaga. Ayun, nalulungkot siya, plus there is that double vision and also urinary retention. Mga anak, ma-eliminate natin mga side effects na ito kung bibigyan lang natin ang patient at anxiolytics on a PRN basis. They have to be maintained with antidepressants. Why antidepressants, mga anak? Because a companion of anxiety is depression. A companion of anxiety is depression, and an anxious patient eventually becomes depressed because of the incapacitating effect of anxiety. Okay, na-get nyo, anak. Pag binigyan nyo ng antidepressant, alam nyo ba, you are handling the root cause. Ang root cause ng pagiging ansyosa, depressed ang individual. Kaya ito din yun na baby, bigyan nyo na ng antidepressant. Okay, alam niyo pag nabigyan nyo ng antidepressant yung taong yan, nahahandle nyo ngayon yung kanyang anxiety. Hindi nyo siya, maintenance na nila yung antidepressant, tatandaan natin. Kaya huwag nyo lang basta dadalhin sa mga family physician or internist, kaya nga magkakaroon ng convention, joint convention ng mga psychiatrist, cardiologist at mga family physician dahil nga nakikita na kailangang pagtulungan ang pagpapagamot. Kung isa na presentation, physical, pero basically pala mental. So take note of that. Okay, maliwanag ba mga baby? Let us now go to Roman number 2. We have obsessive, compulsive, and related disorders. Mga anak, dati ang OCD was under anxiety disorder. Pero ngayon, napag-isipan ng mga American psychiatrists, dapat ihiwalay na natin ang chapter ito kasi nakikita nila na nagkakaroon ng overlapping, ano? At hindi nakikita ng mga tao na mahalaga na maunawaan natin ang isang taong may OCD. Kasi nagkakaroon ng dysfunction ng isang tao pag malala ang kanyang OCD. Okay, so as the word implies, there is that obsession and compulsion or both causing dysfunctions. Let me explain further, my dear. Siya nga pala, what do I mean by obsession? I am obsessed with your beauty. Obsession. Obsessions. Obsession is repetitive, irrational thought. Repetitive, irrational thought. Okay, take note. Person is aware of the ridiculousness of her thought. Alam niya na ridiculous, irrational ang pinag-iisip niya. Pero powerless siya not to have it be entertained or magkakaroon siya ng overwhelming anxiety. So actually, lahat ito ay mga anxiety-related disorders. Iba-iba lang ang kanilang pamamaraan para ma-avoid ang being anxious. Take note of that. Okay, so halimbawa, ang common na obsession ngayon is obsessed ka sa contamination. Sabi ng American psychiatrist, wala pa ang pandemic, based on the studies of American psychiatrists, alam nyo, ang commonest palang obsession, contaminated. Eh lalong-lalo na because of the epidemic, lalong nag-increase sa mga taong obsessed sa contamination. Okay, so ang tao, the person, in response to obsession, will now go into compulsion. Compulsion. Compulsion, my dear, is repetitive, irrational acts in response to the irrational thought. So the compulsion now is to clean, wash hands, cleaning. Yun ang kanilang ginagawa. Okay, siya nga pala, my dear, with obsessive compulsive disorder, tatandaan, it becomes an obsessive compulsive, dito, i-present ko muna, nagiging obsessive compulsive disorder ito. If say, for example, the compulsion is more than 1 hour. Kung ang compulsion niya ay more than 1 hour. Okay, present ko muna yung susunod dito para maunawaan natin. Ano? Bigay ko muna ang psychopathology para mas maintindihan natin. Okay, so doon sa nabanggit ko kanina obsession, ang individual ay may problema sa anal phase ng development. Very rigid ang kanyang anal phase. At tatandaan, ang kanilang primary defense mechanism is that of undoing. Okay, balik ko na muna ngayon, my dear, sa ating pag-uusap. Okay, So, isa sa mga disorders na konektado dito ay yung tinatawag na obsessive compulsive personality disorder. Pero alam ninyo, may mga individuals with obsessive compulsive traits. Obsessive compulsive traits. Okay, kumbaga, may mga tao na normal na merong personalidad or personality traits of being obsessive or compulsive. Sa mga laymans, ang usual tawag nila dito, anal personality. You know, people with anal personality, magandang pagkatao yan. Magandang pagkatao. And my dear, if you will be applying for America, you don't need to use all those adjectives to describe you as a person. Ang gagamitin lang natin simply, good morning, Madam Nursing Director. I am a Filipino nurse. I am an anal personality. You know, surely, yung American director na yun will be hiring you because the least likely that you commit medication error kasi you are checking all the rights in giving of medications. At ganun din, hindi ka magkakaroon ng cross-infection ng pasyente mo, hindi magkaka-COVID, ikaw hindi ka magkaka-COVID kasi you are obsessed that these things are contaminated and then you go into cleaning. Ugali yun. Pero halimbawa, yung personality traits ay naging inflexible. Ang personality traits mo naging rigid. Ang mangyayari, meron kang isang klase ng personality disorder, ang tawag dyan, obsessive compulsive personality disorder. Obsessive compulsive personality disorder. Ang kaibahan ni obsessive compulsive personality disorder sa obsessive compulsive traits is that si OCPD nakakaranas siya ng dysfunctions. Nagkakaranas siya ng dysfunctions. Anong dysfunctions, my dear? Yun nga, halimbawa, work dysfunctions. The co-workers, they don't want to be working with her. Kasi, can you just imagine all those important things inside the nurse's station, pinagtatapon kasi clutter daw, makalat daw. Kailangan maging malinis ang nurse organized, etc. Hindi lang yan. Nagagalit halimbawa ang kanyang family members. Si tatay parang hindi lang obsessive compulsive traits eh. Parang tatay ko may OCPD. Ano halimbawa, ang kanyang mga kapatid, they don't want to go to our house. Dahil kahit sino kang Poncio Pilato, pag pumasok ka sa bahay namin, tanggalin mo ang sapatos mo. Kung ikaw ay makulit, ang gagawin ni tatay, iinsultuhin ka. Lahat ng dadaanan mo, lalampasukin. Okay, I repeat, my father, I think, is not only having obsessive compulsive traits, I think he has this obsessive compulsive personality disorder. There were some family dysfunctions like siguro mga 2 taon silang hindi nag-uusap ng kanyang kapatid kasi when my uncle went to our house, pinasok niya ang kanyang sapatos, kaya pala hindi tinatanggal yung sapatos, bukas ang medyas, okay, lahat ng dinaanan niya, pinunasan ng tatay ko. So hindi lang yan, merong ding work dysfunctions, hindi nagtatagal ang aming mga embalmers. Kasi dapat after embalming, malinis yan, ilalysol mo, pwede kang kumain, mabango ang kapaligiran, hindi nakakadiri. Hindi lang yan, may social dysfunctions. Yung father ko, pinagtagal niya ang kanyang kaibigan nakausap sa phone kasi nakita niya marumi daw ang electric fan, lininis mo ng electric fan. Hindi ba nakakainis? Ngayon magtatanong kayo, pareho ba si obsessive compulsive disorder sa OCPD? Hindi po pareho. Ang kaibahan nilang dalawa, si obsessive compulsive disorder, ang kanyang compulsion is more than 1 hour. Get nyo? Okay. Ang kanyang compulsion is more than 1 hour, si OCD. Halimbawa, my dear, obsessed ako that marumi ang aking hinawakan. Money is dirty. Anong gagawin ko? Maghuhugas ako ng kamay. To the point na pati epidermis ko ay nakikita na dahil sa kakahugas ng kamay. Another one, a woman who is always late for her dinner. Anong dahilan ng mga anak? Kasi 2 hours siya nag-hand washing. So that is already an OCD. Okay, halimbawa, I am obsessed that my husband is womanizing. Okay, pagdating niya sa work, aamoy-amoyin ko yung kanyang polo para akong aso, hindi pa ako nakokontento. What will I tell my husband? Pagubad ka ng brief, ano gagawin ko? I'll start out counting and recounting for his pubic hairs. Paulit-ulit kong bibilangin ang kanyang pubic hairs. Siyempre, bago ko matapos ang pagbibilang ng pubic hairs, ay magiging 1 oras yon. So, yun ay OCD at hindi OCPD. Okay, do you get my point, my dear? Nagkakaintindihan ba? Okay, so ang isang obsessive compulsive personality traits, my dear, or inner personality, maganda, lalong-lalo na tayong nurse. Pero pag naging OCPD, ikaw ay nagkakaroon na ng dysfunctions. OCD, kung halimbawa may dysfunctions at bukod doon, more than 1 hour ang iyong compulsion. Okay, number two, body dysmorphic disorders. There is that preoccupation with perceived defects or flaws in physical appearance that are not observable or appear only slight to others. And not only that, there is that repetitive behaviors like mirror checking. Walang ginawa kundi manalamin. Okay, hindi lang yan, mga mental acts like asking people about their appearance. Okay ba yung aking ilong? Mukhang pango yung ilong ko. Okay, kahit ng ibang tao, okay lang ang sasabihin. Okay ba yung boobs ko? Ang liit yata ng boobs ko. Pero nung pala, okay lang ang size. Hindi sobrang liit ang boobs ko. Wag ka, malapapayan ang boobs. Ang tingin niya, flat tire siya or walang due. Okay, so hindi ka nagko-contento dyan. Nag-aas ng affirmation from other people. Hala, katabi niya na yung iba't ibang klase ng salamin dyan. Kumbaga, puputok na yung salamin sa kakapagkamit ng salamin. Okay, body dysmorphic disorders, my dear, ay usually yung mga artista, may mga body dysmorphic disorders yan. Kaya makikita nyo dati, pango ang ilong, tumatangos ang ilong, dati wala kang masilip dyan, nakakaunting cleavage, ngayon, naghapaw ang kanyang boobs. Okay, next, my dear. Hoarding disorder. Mahirap ito, no? Sila yung may persistent difficulty discarding or parting with possessions regardless of their actual values or as a result of perceived need to save the items and to distress associated with discarding them. Okay, hirap na hirap silang itapon yung mga nabubulok na mga gamit dyan. Hirap na hirap sila na kahit na to the point that the area intended for one's use is no longer seen. Halimbawa, di ba ang bedroom mo gagamitin mo pagtulog, pero nandyan yung mga hoarded mong sapatos, nandyan yung mga hoarded mo na cabinet, hoarded mo na ng mga damit, to the point that the intentional use of that area is no longer used. Hindi mo na magamit. Kaya kailangan matulog ka na dun sa kusina nyo dahil lahat ng mga binordered mo ay nandyan na sa kapaligiran. Okay, may kilala nga ako pagpunta sa bahay nila, hindi ka makakadaan. Bakit? Kailangan mo mabuti yung pintuan. Kasi sa likod ng pintuan, mga gamit ka nagkalat. Hoarding this. Okay, trichotillomania. Okay, this is your hair pulling disorder. Okay, noon, ang trichotillomania ay hindi pa isang illness. Trichotillomania is considered to be a sign of chronicity among our psychotic patients. Pero ngayon, hindi lang pala sa psychotic natin nakikita, ang trichotillomania nakikita din naman natin na separate lang siyang disorder and it is no longer considered just a symptom. Okay, yung trichotillomania is continuous hair pulling resulting into hair loss. Kumbaga naging HIV, hair is vanishing already because of your desire talagang magbunot ka ng yung buhok dyan and repeated attempts to decrease or stop hair pulling. Ilang beses mo nang tinitigilan na ikaw ay wag magbubunot ng iyong buhok pero hindi mo mapigilan. Nung ako ay mahirap din kasi pag ikaw ay yung kailangan mo maintain ang grades mo, you're fearful na maraming expectations sa mga tao sa iyo, that you will not be coming up with the expectations of people. Kaya mga anak, mas mabuti na lang yung average student tayo. Okay, so nung nag-aaral ako dahil sa naming expectations, nagkamali ako, ba't ko pinasa scholarship exam na yon. So ang nangyari tuloy, lagi nag-expect ng mga tao na magiging scholar ka muli. Okay, pag nag-aaral ako, alam nyo, yung buhok ko, patay ko ng buhok, hugot ako ng hugot yan, hugot ako ng hugot yan, hanggang nagulat na lang ko para kung doon yung pare meron dito. Okay, nung pala, talagang tama nga because of the stress and anxiety, doon ko siya nare-release, my dear. Ngayon, disorder na ito, take note of that. Minsan sila binibigyan ng antidepressant. Okay, excoriation disorder, skin picking. Okay, so there is the recurrent picking of one's skin, resulting into skin lesions, nakakasugat ka na. And then you have the desire to stop, pero you cannot have it be done. Okay, to the point na meron ka na already na mga sugat-sugat dyan because of the continuous skin picking disorder. Okay, alam nyo sa mental noon, pag nakikita nyo yung pasyente, yung may hair pulling, makikita nyo walang kilay, kumisan walang pilik mata, kumisan makikita nyo patient, yung kanyang bigote, parang short dash. Ayan, merong bigote yan. Dito walang bigote, dito may bigote, dito walang bigote. Kaya makikita nyo parang short dash yung bigote ng patient. Doon symptoms lang ng chronicity dito. Ngayon, separate disorder na pala siya. Kahit wala kayong psychosis, maaaring meron kayong ganitong karamdaman. Okay. Under your analysis, for the analysis, the psychopath, my dear, there is the genetic vulnerability. And also there's the serotonin dysregulation. By the way, serotonin is a mood elevator, the one that controls the sleep and wake cycle. Serotonin, my dear, is a positive neurotransmitter. Positive siya, mahalaga siya. Ang only function ni serotonin ay ang ating mood, ganon din ang ating sleep-wake cycle. Paano makakain ng marami tayong dapat na supply, my dear, ng serotonin. Alam nyo na yun, oatmeal. Bitin ko, oatmeal. Gano'ng karaming oatmeal? Isang bowl. Lalagyan nyo yan ng maraming gatas. Anong gatas? Anong importansya ng gatas? L-tryptophan, an enzyme necessary for the manufacture, enzyme necessary for the manufacture of serotonin. It precedes the serotonin. Sa gatas siya nakukuha. Tapos, mayroong kang saging. Bakit kaya saging? Potassium. Vehicle yan ng serotonin. Sasakyan yan ng serotonin. Bago makakarating si serotonin dun sa brain, kailangan ng potassium. Tandaan yan, ano? And then dapat merong dalawang itlog. Samahan nyo na rin ng sari-saring gulay at prutas. Ay talaga namang kayo ay sasaya. Take note of that. Okay, so hindi nyo na kailangan manghirampan ng saya sa mga antidepressants. Okay, meron akong pasyente dito. Ang sabi sa akin, gusto nyo sumaya? Simple lang, minom kayo ng escitalopram. Meron namang natural way ng pagiging masaya, di ba? Yun ang sinasabi ko sa inyo. Kailangan natin ng natural source na serotonin. Okay, let us now go, my dear, to the psychodynamic phases. Anal phase, it's compromise. Okay, alam niyo pagdating ng 1.5 to 3 years old, dito kayo nagkakaroon ng anal training. Anal. Kung halimbawa si nanay napaka-rigid, si nanay napaka-inflexible in the imposition of toilet learning standards, ano mangyayari, my dear, in later adult life? Ang nangyayari, yung batang yon nagiging overly neat, clean and meticulous. very, very positive traits. Ngunit kung halimbawa, nagkukos siya ng dysfunction, uulitin ko, meron kayong obsessive compulsive personality disorder. Pero kung kayo ay nagko-compulsion ng more than 1 hour a day, that is already OCD. Kaya tatandaan, ang toilet training should not be that rigid. And it is not also that lax. Pag very lax, kumbaga, pinayagan mo lang ang bata dyan, mag-defecate in any part of the room. Ang mangyayari naman, poor impulse control. Poor impulse control. Merong pinagdadaanan kasi yung bata dito sa period na ito. Yung bata kasi may ambivalent feelings sa kanyang nanay. Ambi. Ang ibig sabihin, both. Sabay na nararamdaman ng bata ang pagmamahal sa nanay, pero at the same time, yung child hate na si mother. Alam niyo na yun, nabanggit ko kasi si nanay ang nagbibigay sa akin ng milk, the one that cares for milk, toys, etc. But at the same time, the child hates the mother because my mother is so makulit. So my mother is the one imposing the strict toilet learning standards. Okay, so as a result of this, my dear, actually nagiguilt feelings na yung batang yan. Nagiguilt feelings. Kaya ang importante, hindi masyadong rigid, hindi naman masyadong lax. Okay, ang defense mechanism nila actually is that of undoing. Okay, bakit kaya undoing? Eh, syempre, maraming guilt feelings. Diba? Sabi ko nga sa inyo, pagdating ng 1.5 to 3, ay meron ng guilt feelings yung batang yun. Okay, dahil bakit ba ako gagawa ng hindi maganda? So nagkakaroon siya ng guilt feelings. Kaya yung mga repetitive activities na yun, it is only undoing. Paano bang undoing? Pero anyway, undoing is not a pathological defense mechanism. It is actually a neurotic defense mechanism. Tayo nga nag-undoing. Okay, halimbawa, pinagalitan ko ng anak ko, eh hindi man sumagot, nag-guilty tuloy ako, anak, adi ka, blow out kita, anong gusto mo, undoing na. Pero meron akong pasyente, nagkaroon matinding undoing. Pag tayo pumasok dun sa kanyang cubicle dito sa aking facility, anong sasabihin niya, tuloy kayo, upo kayo, maraming pagkain dito, kain kayo, etc., etc. Alam niyo, ang precipitating cause ng kanyang illness was the death of an only brother that was disowned by their family. Bakit kaya na-disown yung kanilang kapatid kasi nagpakasal sa kanilang anak ng labandera. Isang araw, dumating yung kapatid asking for help. Anong ginawa niya? Sa mansyon nila, hindi man lang pinatuloy sa mansyon. Hindi man lang pinapasok sa kumpang, pinagtabo yan. On the way of the brother na accident. Kaya tuloy-tuloy kayo, o kayo, it is just done because of the desire to be relieved of the guilt feelings. Kaya yung mga repetitive activity na yon, repetitive thought na yon, undoing yon. Take note of that. Okay, Nanda, anxiety, fear, ineffective coping. Anxiety, fear, ineffective coping. Okay, let us now go to the nursing interventions. Siyempre, kailangan muna i-meet natin ang physiological needs unless safety is endangered. Okay, ulitin ko kung di naman nandiyan ang danger, kung unahin natin physiological needs. Bakit kaya? Kasi wala na siyang ginawa kundi mag-hand pulling, wala na siyang ginawa kundi mag-watching, to the point na neglected na ang kanyang mga physiological needs. Eh kumisan sa kanyang skin picking, eh nagkakaroon ng infection. So bigyan natin ng pansin yung mga bagay na yon. Okay, number 2, provide time to perform rituals. Tatandaan natin, never control their rituals. Even mild disapproval, huwag niyong gagawin. Allow their rituals within safe limits. We allow rituals within safe limits. Payagan. Allow rituals, provided that it is said to be within safe limits. Pero halimbawa, hindi na natutulog, ang ginagawa niya, continuous cleaning and cleaning, in-scrub ang wall, in-scrub ang ceiling, eh puyat, baka naman mahulog. ay anong gagawin nyo? Ang gawin nyo muna, my dear, gusto kong emphasize sa inyo, rituals are having an anxiety relieving functions. Anxiety relieving function. Kaya even ma-disapproval, you don't do this, my dear. Kahit nakaunting po na, huwag niyong gagawin. Pero pag pumayag kayo sa rituals, dapat within safe limits. At tatandaan nyo, rituals to be provided are those entailing perfection. Rituals that are entailing perfection. Yung rituals na, yung halimbawa, yung folding of linens, kailangang maayos yan. So, importante perfectionist sila eh. Kaya dapat isa-satisfy nyo din ang kanilang need for perfection. Folding of linens, my dear. Get ninyo, no? At saka, kailangan talaga na i-remind nyo kung 2 oras ang paghugas ng kamay at lagi siyang late ng dinner. So kung ang dinner nyo 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock pa lang remind nyo. Maghugas na po kayo ng kamay, kakain po tayo ng 7 o'clock. Okay, kaya nga, sabi ko, explain expectations. So tell the client that dinner is 7, start out hand washing at 5, and kung magbabago yan, like, meron po kasi tayong party, ka-expect po na may mga pagbabago po sa ating schedule po ng pagkain, so bibigyan nyo na sila ng mga expectations o anumang pagbabago sa clinical area. Next is accept a person in emotional pain. So we have to empathize. Next, we assist with connecting behaviors and needs. Ako rin eh, pag may mga, ang dami kong stress, ang kulit ko. Pag madami akong stress, lininis ko na nga yung halimbawa, lininis ko na yung aking cellphone, nasang ko. Pero nung height ng COVID, naku, iinit sa akin yung halimbawa, tinitingnan yung bag ko, no? Sasabihin ko doon sa security guard, huwag mo hawakan yan. Baka may COVID, kaya kung minsan nakakamisan ako, no? So bakit kaya? Sobrang stress ako dahil nga nung oras na yun, ay kamamatay lang ang aking kumare na very close sa akin. Kailangan ko na mag-grocery kasi kailangan ko lang mamili ng kanyang lamay. Kaya tuloy nakakainis ang dapat ko. Okay, number 6 is structure simple activities, games, or tasks. Ang complicated, di na kaya ng client. And next, my dear, reinforce and recognize non-ritualistic behavior. Napansin ko kanina ay ang pagbukas mo ng kamay ay 30 minutes. Napakaganda ng pagbabago yan. Okay? Next, my dear, trauma and stress. Stress or related disorders. Dati anak, ang PTSD ay under sa anxiety disorder. Ngunit nakita nila na nag-o-overlapping at nakita nila talaga na merong mas mahalaga na maging aware tayo mga mental health worker na ang dami-daming clients na nag-e-experience ng PTSD na hindi properly na-address ang kanilang concerns. Okay, we have your, by the way, people who were exposed to a highly traumatizing experience or severe psychological stress, my dear, may have some psychological distress like anhedonia, lack of pleasure, and dysphoric symptoms or depressed symptoms, angry or aggressive symptoms plus dissociative symptoms. Ang tatandaan nating acronym mga anhedonia, dysphoric symptoms, there is that angry and aggressive. Kumisan, biglang nagagalit. Kumisan, nagiging violent pa. At may mga instances na nagkakaroon sila ng dissociative symptoms like flashbacks, like nightmares. And take note, my dear, it is said, it is not anxiety or fear-based, but it is more of dissociative symptoms. Yun ang dahilan, anak, kung bakit siya pinaghiwalay already. Okay? Number 1, under this, ito yung mga batang wala akong pakialam. Okay, so this is absent or underdeveloped attachment between the child and the caregiver. Okay, apathetic sa kanilang caregiver. Okay, aside from that, there is the depressive symptoms and withdrawn behaviors. The common etiology is social neglect, evident before age 5 years, developmental age of at least 9 years of age. Okay, basta lumilitaw itong pagiging apathetic sa kanilang caregiver, nagsisimula na at least 9 months, at tapos evident kung halimbawa 5 years old na ang bata. Common ito sa mga batang nakatira sa mga ampunan, sa mga orphanages like Batang Bahay Bata, like Hospicio de San Jose. Okay, siya nga pala, there are some people who may develop some attachment with their caregivers or yaya, but given the less opportunity, he cannot be consistently asking or having some need for diyaya. Kumbaga, kasi halimbawa, nakaka-form naman yung iba, pero hindi naman kasi consistent ang nararamdaman nila sa kanilang caregiver dahil halimbawa, so Hospicio de San Jose o kaya naman dyan sa mga DSWD facilities na ampunan, yung house parent naman nila pabago-bago, papalit-palit. May mga instances din na ang house parent nila kulang. Kaya tuloy, hindi sila nagkakaroon ng sapat na opportunity to develop attachment with a caregiver. So yan ang problema. Okay, parang apathetic sila, nandyan yung caregiver, bali wala sa kanila, wala si caregiver, pareho ang kanilang nararamdaman. Okay, ito naman ang pakaliktaran ng active attachment disorder, sila yung mga couple moves. Okay, this is your disinhibited social engagement. Disinhibited social engagement, take note, the child has the culturally inappropriate, overly familiar behavior with strangers. Kararating pa lang doon sa hospicio ng mga visitors, pero akala mo old acquaintance na nung bata yung mga visitors na yon. Makikita nyo, andong na, yabit na, yakap na. Okay, so inappropriate ito, lalo na sa ating mga kultura na tayo-oriented na don't be near a stranger, diba? Don't accept anything from a stranger. Ganun ang ating mga teaching sa ating mga sa aking mga anak, sa aking mga apo, pagka basta-basta sasama sa stranger, ito kararating pa lang, naku talaga, embrace na yung visitors. Common etiology is social neglect, developmental age of at least 9 months, at evident pagdating ng 5 years old ang bata. Pero 9 pa lang, makikita mo na, di ba 9 months, ang bata supposedly should have separation and stranger anxiety. Ulitin ko, ang stranger anxiety, napapansin mo ito sa bata ng between 8 to 14 months. Okay, pag kinuha halimbawa ng bagong mukha, ang bata magwawala yan. Pero ito, can you just imagine, 9 months pa lang, kapit ko na agad sa isang stranger. So this can be disinhibited social engagement. Okay, ayan, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, meron tayong 4 na criteria. Ito yung exposure, intrusion, my dear, okay, at saka nandun yung avoidance and negative thoughts. Avoidance and negative thoughts. Okay, unahin ko muna yung criteria. A, there is that exposure to actual or threatened death. Halimbawa, naipit ka sa giyera dyan sa Rush, sa yung ginera ng Russia, o kaya naman, my dear, yung aking naging client na in-stress debriefing ko. Anong nangyari, my dear, nung in-stress debriefing ko siya, sabi niya sa akin, akala niya hindi na daw siya mabubuhay. Okay, ang naging resulta, my dear, ay yung parang naging psychotic na siya. So, napakahalaga talaga ng diesel natin nung nagkaroon ng collapse ang Pines Hotel, my dear, sa Baguio. Kami ang isa sa mga agencies na pinadala for the stress debriefing. And can you just imagine the threatened death experience of that doctor? Doctor siya, surgeon, ano? Nakikita daw niya from the outside, may sikat ng araw, nakikita niya yung friend niya also na nakaligtas, yung kanyang nanay, palakad-lakad, pero hindi naman siya makasigaw, mahina-mahina ang boses niya, buti na lang naisip niya, I have a whistle, nag-whistle siya, na-attract ang attention. Okay, but they cannot remove those mga stones, yung mga wood na nakapatong sa kanya, kasi pag gumamit ka ng heavy equipments, lalong guguho sa kanya yung mga bagay na yun, ano? So about mga 2 days na minamano-mano, o 1 day lang naman, minamano-mano, ibig sabihin, unti-unting tinatanggal yung mga nakabara para makuha siya. Unfortunately, nagkaroon ng lagusan, hindi niya maigalaw ang paa niya, nung pala naipit. Nung naipit, sabi ng friend niya, wala tayong magagawa, mamamatay ka na dyan. Inabutan siya ng anesthesia. Siya mismo ang nag-anesthesia sa kanya. Siya mismo ang pumutol sa paa niya. Eh, Jesus Maria Joseph, paano ka nang hindi magkakaroon ng PTSD doon sa situation na yon? Or others, meron silang experience on sexual violence. Maaaring naging rape victim sila o kaya naman na-expose sila sa mga situations na raping incident. Okay? And then criteria B, expect for intrusions beginning after the traumatic event. Meaning to say the thoughts kept on coming back. Pabalik-balik yung thoughts na yon. Okay. Dito sa criteria B, ang mga intrusion symptoms are there will be distressing memories of the traumatic event. Ini-express nila yan. Okay, pabalik-balik yun eh. Anong in-stress debriefing ko, pabalik-balik yung incident na yun eh. Na kailangan po, ma'am, for me to survive, I need water. Salamat po, umulan, ma'am. Ngunit yung bibig ko po talagang nakaipit yung pa ako, kailangan ma-shoot yung tubig sa bibig ko. Pero ma'am, yung tubig na iniinom ko malansa. Nung pala, dumaan na lumagos na doon sa mga patay, kaya malansa yung iniinom niya. Jesus Maria Joseph, talaga ako mismo napaiyak nung nag-i-stress debriefing ako sa kanya. Lasang malansa, ibig sabihin dumaan doon sa mga naaagnas na patay yung tubig na iniinom niya. Okay, ang mga younger children, not younger children, ang mga older children for about 13 years old older, there could be some play, repetitive play, portraying the distressing event. Halimbawa, ang laro niya ay bahay-bahayan. Okay, eto yung daddy, eto yung mommy. Pagkatapos makikita mo, minomostra-mostra yun, no? Yung parang nagse-sex na gano'n, maaaring rape victim. So that is said to be intrusion thoughts. Kasi mapapalabas yan yung kanyang commonly na linalaro. Okay? There is that recurrent distressing dreams. Recurrent means to say, talagang pag natutulog ka, yun ang laging laman ng iyong mga panaginip. And there is this dissociative reactions like flashbacks. Meaning to say, pabalik-balik yun, pero may mga instances wherein you cannot remember. There could be some inability to remember by those distressing events. Okay, and letter D, intense or prolonged psychological distress, like from time to time, you may have palpitation, and from time to time, you may have some inability to be concentrated. You are preoccupied with the thoughts and with those traumatic events. And another criteria C is avoidance. Okay, avoidance means to say continuously you are, my dear, you don't want to approach that situation. And criteria D, my dear, is the negative alteration in cognition and mood associated with the traumatic event, like inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event. Kumisan, importanteng maalala mo yun, hindi mo maala-alala. So, if there is a court case that may occur, it may hamper the prosper of the legal case filed, like for example, filed against the rapist. Okay, ang duration niya should be more than 1 month and there should be a corresponding dysfunction. Okay, ang PTSD mga anak ay pwede ring mangyari dun sa mga survivors ng ang kanilang family members died from COVID. Ayun, maraming mga nagkaroon ng PTSD kaya nung nakaraang, I think, nung board exam nung May, maraming questions sa PTSD because you expect, my dear, the survivors of this COVID, my dear, can have the experience. Okay, yung matidinig mo ba naman yung mahal mo sa buhay, humahabok na lang. Ako nga mismo, can you just imagine, through telephone lang, pinatinig sa akin nung anak nung kumari ko, yung nanay niya na dying already, yung natidinig ko yung hug sa telephone, talaga ako'y ilang gabi ko rin naiisip yung situation na yon. Okay, next number. Ito naman yung acute stress reaction. Almost the same ang symptoms, but take note, in acute distress reaction, the duration is from 3 days to 1 month only. Dapat within a month, it must be resolved already. Or else, if it won't be resolved for a month, perhaps it is PTSD. Now, within that period, there is that dysfunctions that I've been telling you. Okay, so that there is that intrusion, negative mood, dissociative symptoms like flashbacks, avoidance, you're fearful of approaching the first, approaching the situation where that traumatic event occurred, and there is also that arousal symptoms. Okay, next number, my dear, adjustment disorder. Ang kaibahan ng adjustment disorder sa PTSD, my dear, ay alam nyo kung ano, yung exposure lang ang makikita nyo. Wala na yung ibang criteria of your intrusion, wala na yung avoidance, at saka wala na yung negative thoughts, my dear. Ang makikita nyo lang doon sa client, my dear, ay within 3 months of the onset of stressor, ay nagkakaroon siya ng emotional or behavioral symptoms. And you can identify the stressors. Like for example, namatay ang tatay mo dahil sa COVID. Ang nangyari ngayon, wala nang hanap buhay, wala nang provider sa inyo. Ang nangyari, dating maayos ang buhay nyo sa isang modest house, pero yung bahay nabenta na, so you will be living with your grandparents. Okay, so medyo mahirap makisama, nagkakaroon ka ng adjustment sa environment, sa pagkain, etc. Okay, basta within 3 months ang onset of the stressor. Okay, dapat lalabas siya within 3 months. O kaya naman, you entered into a married life without the necessary preparation, and then there is a need for you to stay with your in-laws. Ang in-laws mo ang sungit-sungit, you may have, minsan irritable ka, ang sungit mo, meron kang unreasonableness, minsan may angry feelings ka, and may mga behavioral symptoms. Ayoko nga sumabay ko ng ganyan sa buong yan. Okay, dating sweet mo, pero ngayon, dahil nga nakita mo ang tunay na ugali, ayaw mo makisama. So, yun ang isang malaking problema. Okay, let me now proceed, my dear. What about the psychopathology? Genetic again. Grabe, no? Talaga yung role ng genetic loading. And there is a problem again with the norepinephrine and the dopaminergic systems, and there is a decrease in serotonin. Okay, nakikita nyo ang norepinephrine is a negative neurotransmitter. Noradrenaline or norepinephrine. Sa UK, noradrenaline. Pero sa Amerika, norepinephrine ito. Ito ay mga negative neurotransmitters, and take note, it is toxic to the heart. Ang norepinephrine or noradrenaline is very toxic to the heart, and it may precipitate some cardiac ailment. Okay, ang dopamine, my dear, oo nga, maganda siya sa motibasyon. Actually, dopamine is said to be more powerful than serotonin. because dopamine gives the ecstatic pleasure, ang sobrang saya. Kaya nga ang isang person with substance-related disorder, tukdo lang sila ay mawala ng asawa, basta makadroga, mawala ng pamilya, basta magkakadroga, kasi ini-increase ng alcohol o droga ang dopamine. So nagkakaroon sila ng ecstatic pleasure. Pero ang maganda, my dear, ang serotonin, tama lang yung kanyang mood elevator. Tama-tama lang. Talagang balanse. Unlike yung dopamine na kumisan to the point that the pleasurable activities will make you to be neglectful of your daily functioning. Napapabayaan mo na trabaho mo, ang pamilya mo, ang lahat ng bagay sa iyo sa mundo, at sobrang pleasurable ang na-experience mo. Okay, psychodynamic places, exposure to a traumatic event, yun din, temperamental. Yung mga tao may OA, yung mga tao may pagka-hysterical, okay, yung ibang tao, ay, nakalimutan mo ba yun? Sasabihin naman ng mga apathetic na tao, nakalimutan mo bang dalhin ang bagay na yon? Pero tayo, ay, nakalimutan mo, ang sayang naman. Pero sila, ano, ay mga ano, mga OA baga, no? At saka take note, environmental plays a very important role. And again, repression is said to be the primary defense mechanism. Plus the role of dissociation. Nanda, ineffective coping, the nursing interventions take note, be non-judgmental, honest, empathize, and support, and acknowledge any unfairness or injustices related to trauma. Ayun, ako, halimbawa, if victim siya, yung rapist niya, nalagyan ang judge, o kaya naman nalagyan ang pulis. Bandang huli, ikaw ang nag-send kasi bandang huli, sasabihin, magnobyo eh. Pero sa katotohanan, renate ka. So talagang paabot mo sa client, let the person be aware that you do understand na talagang sa justice system natin kumisan yung injustice is ang delayed justice, and take note, justice that is delayed is actually an injustice. Okay. Assure that their feelings and behaviors are typical reactions to a serious trauma. Okay, assure the persons that your reaction is a normal reaction of a normal person in an abnormal situation. Okay, kaya lang may mga negative thoughts already and then nag-lead sa dysfunctions, may death, sakit na yun. Okay, kahit sino naman kaya ang ma-rape, kahit sino naman, pero syempre iba gustong nare-rape. Okay, let me now proceed, my dear. Help patients to recognize the connection between the trauma and their current feelings, behaviors, and problems. So the connectivity between the trauma and also yung kanilang pinagdadaan ng damdamin at saka yung kanilang kilos and also their problems. And next number, encourage safe verbalizations of feelings, especially anger. Ayun, ano yung mga safe expressions like punching a bag, o kaya naman ang ginagawa namin, aning, o kaya naman nagjo-journaling. Pinagjo-journaling namin yung mga clients namin na nagkaroon ng mga PTSD. Pero syempre sila nagkaroon na ng depression. Actually, yung depression nila ay brought nung kanilang unresolved na post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay, next number, encourage adaptive coping strategies like exercise, relaxation techniques, and sleep promoting strategies. Kaya mga patients namin dito talagang they have to be given fresh milk pa namin yan. Dati libre. Ngayon sa mahal na ng fresh milk, 35 pesos na isang ganyan, pinababayaran na namin sa relatives. Garansya yan, pag kayo hindi makatulog, inom kayo ng gatas, At saka yung sleep hygiene na i-describe ko tomorrow. Okay. Facilitate progressive review of the trauma and its consequences. Okay, so wag niyo naman biglain. O paano ba, na-rate ka, etc. Hindi naman ganon. Pwedeng i-share mo sa akin ano ang nangyari sa iyo. Wag mo sasabihin kagad, rate, conclusion na yon. Ano nangyari sa iyo? So magsasalita yun. Ma'am, kasi I was assisted by my mother. Galit po ako. I decided to go to my barkada. And then, anong nangyari? And after which, ayan, ma'am, I was wrong. Yung barkada ko pala interest sa akin. Renate po ako. So, unti-unti mo yun. Siya ang hayaan mo. Facilitating skills. Facilitate mo lang. Sa kanya kukuha ka ng idea. Hindi answerable by yes or no. Matapos yun ang nangyari. And then, what happened? Naramdaman mo. So, that is what we call as facilitative progressive review of the trauma. Nagalit ka ba? Answerable by yes or no yun. Mali. Naramdaman mo na nabanggit mo that you have been in trusting relationship with him, long friend mo. Bukod sa nasabi mo, nagalit ka. Meron pa ba bang iba na sasabihin ka? Ano pang ma-add mo? That is the progressive review and you are using your facilitating skills. Take note of that. Okay, encourage patients to establish or re-establish relationships. Gaya halimbawa, nung naging client ko, no, Diyos ko, binuntisan siya ng tatay niya. Dahil doon, nag-away-away ang mga pamilya-pamilya, no? So talagang murahan, etc., no? And then, ako mismo at my end, I was the one who built yung kanilang, kasi magkakamag-anak, magkakadugo naman eh. So, slowly, then establish, kasi masaya naman sila kahit pa paano, nagkakaroon may din ng re-establishment of relationships. Kasi nga itong aking client, tawagin na lang natin si Angelin, nanalo kaya kami ng ano ng 75 anniversary ng ano ng PNA, kami ang winner, nagkaroon ng case presentation. Ang aming kaso, haliging bulok. Okay, ano nangyari sa haliging bulok? Ito si Angeline ay rinerate ng tatay niya hanggang napulis siya. Ang nangyari, ang nanay pa niya ang nagalit sa kanya. Diyos ko, di ba nakaka... Yung asawa pa, yung kanyang asawa pa kinampiyan, etc., etc. So, galit sa kanyang nanay niya, tapos yung tatay niya, etc. So, slowly, na-build ko yung relationship nilang mag-ina. So, very important yung ganong situation. For the strategy, use comfort rehearsal. Paano comfort rehearsal? Halimbawa, hindi ka makapunta anak doon sa isang mall na yon. Kasi doon sa mall na yon, gabi na, at you came from a supermarket, and all of a sudden, dalawang lalaki, nutukan ka ng pakalib at hinuhold ka. So, ang nangyari, hindi ka na makapunta doon sa area na yon. So, dapat unti-unti, you have to be exposed to that area. Para more concrete, halimbawa, Richard Gutierrez, when he came from Tagaytay, siya ang nag-drive ng kanyang sports car, and then nakamit siya ng accident. As a consequence, his personal assistant died. Because of that, even though Richard Gutierrez loves Tagaytay so much, hindi na siya makapunta sa Tagaytay, hindi na rin siya makapag-drive. Okay, so may psychologist na nag-guide sa kanya. Okay, nag-drive siya with the psychologist, with some friends, trusted friends, and then pinuntahan nilang muli where the accident occurred. Covert rehearsal yon. O kaya naman, victim ka, parig kang muli. Ay, sorry, hindi po. Loko ko lang po yun. And they are treated with antidepressants. Okay? Dissociative disorders. Medyo magkakamag-anak ito, no, PTSD, pero mapapansin nyo, wala yung ibang criteria like the exposure, intrusion, negative thoughts. So, dapat kasi sa PTSD, nandun yung, sa trauma, stress, or related disorders, nandun yung 4 na criteria. Tatandaan natin. Okay. So dito, there is disruption of or continuity in the normal integration of consciousness, memory, identity, emotion, perception, body representation, motor control, and behavior. Okay, the etiology is frequently found in the aftermath of a trauma and even being embarrassed. Pwede tayo magkaroon ng dissociative disorders kahit na wala yung mga trauma na yon, pero may wala yung grabing trauma, pero traumatic, halimbawa na napahiya ka. Ano yung trauma na napahiya ka? Halimbawa, manonood kayo ng sine with your friends. Ang enjoy ka doon. And all of a sudden, papasok kayo magkakaibigan sa sinihan, nakita mo yung boyfriend mo, kasama best friend mo, sobrang enjoy na enjoy sila, halos maghalitan ng pagmumukha. Okay, sinamahan ka ng mga kaibigan mo, i-confront natin. Kinonfront mo na yun, sinalubong mo, lakas loob. When you ask the boyfriend, ako o siya? Anong sagot ni boyfriend? Siya. Napakasakit, Kuya Eddie. Napakasakit, Kuya Eddie. Yung ganong pangyayari. Okay, so medyo pupunta tayo sa analysis para mas maiintindihan natin. Okay. So ito ang nangyayari, my dear, doon sa illness na ito. Teka, mainit. Supposedly, para simplihan natin, supposedly, conscious, preconscious, unconscious should function as a unitary whole. Meaning to say, the conscious, the preconscious, and unconscious levels of awareness should be aligned with one another. Aligned with one another. Kung ano ang takbo ni conscious, ganun din ang takbo ni preconscious at unconscious. Ngunit sa kasamaang palad, my dear, you were subjected into that highly traumatizing event or a severe psychological stress. Okay, so nasabi ko na sa inyo, ano mga severe psychological stress na yon, ano? Yung pwede rin yung na-embarrass kang masyado, o kaya naman halimbawa, sinama ka ng boyfriend mo, yung mga napapanood natin sa mga pelikula, ano? Napapanood natin sa pelikula, sinama ka ng boyfriend mo sa isang gathering, and then talagang alam naman ng boyfriend mo that you were once prostitute, tapos nung pinakilala ka, biglang yung asawa pala nung naging shota mo sa club na yon, pinahiya ka. Okay, it can result, my dear, into dissociative disorder. Di ba napapanood natin yan sa mga pelikula? Okay, take note, kailangan ma-repress yun. The defense mechanism of repression is the one operating. And then, nagkakaroon ng dissociation. Pag sinabi nating dissociation, there is walling off or splitting off of certain areas of consciousness. Okay, kumbaga, si conscious, si preconscious, unconscious, naghihiwalay, nagdi-dissociate, nagkakaroon ng splitting. Kailangan ito para magkaroon ng emotional stability. Kung hindi, magsa-psychosis ka. So dissociative disorder is also a psychological mechanism. Take note of that. Okay? So there are various forms of dissociative disorder. One is the personalization disorder or the realization disorder. The personalization is a feeling that one's body parts are detached. The personalization is a feeling, it affects the feeling. It is a feeling that one's body parts are detached. The realization is a feeling that you are detached from your environment or you are detached from reality. natin. Okay, ang depersonalization disorder, tatandaan nyo, reality testing is intact. No hallucination, no delusion dito. Ito ay magiging psychotic symptom kung aapektuhan, my dear, ang pag-iisip. Halimbawa, ano ang iyong naiisip? Napuputol ang body parts mo. Somatic delusion yun. Somatic delusion is the thought that body parts are attached or the body parts are cut. Somatic delusion yun. Nararamdaman mo na napuputol, naiisip mo napuputol ang katawan mo, somatic delusion. Nararamdaman mo napuputol o nag-detach ang iyong katawan, depersonalization. Ang somatic delusion nakaka-affect sa pag-iisip. Basta delusion, take note, false belief, which cannot be corrected by reasons or explanation. Kung halimbawa nakaka-apekto sa pag-iisip, sa pakiramdam, ang nararamdaman mo, napuputol ang iyong kamay o napuputol ang paa mo, that is a depersonalization. Example, one of my students, the magna cum laude of West Visayas in Iloilo. Alam nyo, lagi nagtatap ng mga West Visayas na ano yan, ang UP ng Iloilo. Okay, she came to me and said during a review session, ma'am, before graduation po, naramdaman ko po, lumiliit po ang kamay ko. Pero nung malapit na po ang graduation, ramdam ko po putol ang kamay ko. And I asked her, are you in contact with reality? Opo. Meron ka bang mga bulong o ano? Wala po. Hindi, sabi ko, depersonalization yan, iha. Hindi ko naman. Ngayon, kumusta? Wala na po. Pero habang palapit na palapit po ang board exam, nararamdaman ko po muli yung naramdaman ko. Okay, so 3 days ang review ko. So from this time, yung hikling sandali na nandito ako, I'll be talking with you para ma-dedicate ang attention mo. And eventually, I give my phone number. Okay, so hanggang malapit ng board exam, nag-verbalize siya. Alam nyo, number 1 ka sa board examination. At least na-handle niya yung anxiety niya in a more comfortable level. Yun, ang pagtanggap niya, ang paghingi niya ng tulong, nakatulong yun para maharap niya ang source ng kanyang stress. Take note of that. Okay, mag-break muna tayo mga baby. Bago tayo mag-break, okay ba? Nauunawaan, Tin? Tin, anak. Nak. Tin?
Hey, Doc.
Oo, anak. Ay, si Marge bang nandyan? Marge? Si Marge ka ba? From Baguio? Tintin? Tintin?
Yes po, Doc. Si Ma'am Marge po ito.
Marge, nandito ka. Kukurutin kita eh. Nasaan ka?
Opo.
Nasa Baguio ka?
Baguio po. Yes po.
Oo, alam mo ang bait ng Diyos. Nakuha namin kailangan namin. God
Hala,
is so...
buti naman po, Doc.
Oo, na-penetrate namin. Galing ko, no? Galing ko talaga. Na-penetrate namin yung administrator na madre, kaibigan ko, ang kaibigan ko ay kaibigan ng Dean ng St. Paul, Manila, run pala ng St. Paul yan. And then yung St. Paul, Manila na Dean, tumawag dun sa administrator ng hospital na yon, pinuntahan ng kapatid ko, pinigyan lahat ng mga records. And then, susupina na lang para ipakita yung records na yon. Ang bait ng Diyos, kita mo? Kung ano-anong naiisip ko mga pamamaraan. Kaya lang kukurting kita, hindi ka na nagsasagot sa akin, natakot ka na dyan. Pero understandable naman yun, understandable. Marge.
Yes po, Doc.
Okay ba? Okay ba? Hindi masyadong mabilis? Sa palagay mo ba, nauunawaan nila kaya anak?
Yes po, Doc. Wala naman pong sinabi dito sa chat. Pag mabilis po, sinasabi po nila.
Oo. Marge, ilan sila ngayong ma-attend?
504 po ngayon, Doc.
Dati, ilan sila talaga? 1,000?
Ganyan din po, Doc.
500 din talaga?
Yes po.
Salamat sa Diyos. At nabibigyan ako ng opportunity makatulong at maging part ng kanilang paglalakbay bilang isang nurse. Okay, break muna tayo mga baby. See you around.
Sige po, Doc.
Bye. Sir Video? Isa? Hello, Marge. Nandito na ako. Hello. Marge. Marge. Marge, kumusta ka na ngayon?
Ayos lang po, Dok.
Patingin nga ang pagmumukha mo ngayon. Marge.
Hala, Dok.
Prettier ka. Ay, dear. Sino ito magandang babaeng ito? Ikaw na ngayon yan, Marge.
Opo, Dok.
Dumaba ka yata, ano?
Tumanda na po, Dok.
Okay ba, Marge? Lumusog ka?
Opo. Sarap po kumain, Dok.
I miss the kanto.
Yes po. Kung dami ng ano, dami nang na-miss dito sa Baguio.
Oh, I miss also the cake that we used to be. Anong tawag doon? Yung cake house na yun sa
Yung VC
ano pangalan
yung
nun? Doon sa
strawberry
ano?
shortcake po.
Yung
strawberry shortcake po.
Oo nga eh. Di bale. Ano mag-face to face na tayo?
Yes po. Sana po next.
Sige, sa susunod ha. Thank you for the for the good memories. Okay, let us now go to number 2. We have your dissociative amnesia. Okay, so ang tatandaan nyo kasi basta sa dissociative disorders, it's more of amnesia. Tapos sa PTSD, basta nandun yung exposure, intrusion, avoidance, at saka mga negative thoughts, mga anak. Ito more of the amnesia. Okay, so highly traumatic kasi mga events ngayon, kaya nagkakaroon sila ng amnesia. Okay, so there is that inability to recall autobiographical information that is inconsistent with normal forgetting. Di ba tayo, nakakalimutan natin, pero slowly nare-recall din natin yung mga ganong situations. Okay. At saka alam ninyo, yung intense inability to recall ngayon ay hindi katulad halimbawa ng dementing condition. The inability to recall is brought about by the distractions, your acetylcholine, at saka yung patient with dementia, nagkakaroon ng senile plaques, nagkakaroon siya ng mga structural damage sa brain. Ito anak, wala namang structural damage sa brain. Talagang meron na siyang inability to recall because of the severe psychological condition or traumatic events sa buhay niya. Gaya ng nasabi ko sa inyo, included dito yung mga embarrassment. Okay, so sa dissociative amnesia, there is that inability to recall yung data mo, hindi mo maalala, pero hindi yan consistent doon sa normal forgetting. It can be selected by like a specific aspect of an event. Gaya halimbawa, may one of our clients ay hindi ko naging pasyente ng aking kaibigan na sikat na psychiatrist sa Makati Medical Center. Nagkaroon siya ng selective dissociative amnesia. Hindi niya ma-recall yung incident wherein they were killed by and only assailant. Ang kanyang mga kapatid, ang mother niya, they were all killed. Nagpatay-patayan lang siya. Akala nung assailant na yon ay buhay siya, ay patay siya. Kaya tuloy tinigilan siya. Meron namang generalized, meaning to say, the identity and the life history are all forgotten. Like for example, napanood ko sa GMA, aman, nandun yung GMA, ini-interview a man who came from Dubai, hindi niya maalala kung ano ang pangalan ng mga kamag-anak niya, saan siya nakatira. Okay, so ilang araw daw pinag-flash yung kanyang mukha and then eventually natuntun din, taga-Marikina siya. Okay, nung pala, nagkaroon siya ng maraming traumatic experience nung siya nagtatrabaho sa abroad. Okay, nag-lead yan sa kanyang pagkakaroon ng inability to recall mga autobiographical information. So balik ko my dear, itong si Sweet Payo mo. Alam niyo, yung adolescent na ito, kaya hindi niya ma-recall kasi someone na very, very trusted ng kanilang family ang pumatay sa kanyang mga mahal sa buhay. Okay, gardener pala nila. So, when she was brought at the Makati Medical Center, she was threatened and perfect. takot na takot siya, sugatan siya, hindi niya maalaala the person responsible. Kaya hindi mag-proceed ang hearing niya kasi talagang completely hindi niya ma-recall yung highly traumatic experience. Pero nare-recall niya kung saan ang bahay nila, alam niya yung ibang information about her. Okay, so number 3 natin, we have dissociative identity disorders, formerly known as your multiple personality. In dissociative amnesia, my dear, the person has only one personality. Pero dito sa dissociative identity disorder, the person may have several personalities or multiple personalities. Like for example, I read in a certain book, alam nyo, there was a young girl wherein ang kanyang personalities were about 200. Okay, yung pala yung tatay niya is a well-known actor and author. So every time that the father is invited for some guesting, dinadala siya dun sa mga first class na hotel na yun, rinirate siya. Bawat area na pinagdalan sa kanya ng tatay niya, may iba-iba siyang pangalan. Okay. And then, yung mga psychiatrists namin, consider that one that occurred in Davao. You know, several years ago, there was a 12-year-old girl from Davao. Naka-well-publicized ito. The father was carrying with him a letter coming from the daughter na nag-suicide. Sabi, sinusulatan si former President Arroyo expressing that they are already in hunger, they are already deprived of physiological needs, humihingi ng tulong. So yun ang pinakikita ng tatay niya na nagpakamatay. Alam niyo naman sa mga nagpakamatay dahil sa gutom. Okay, so naging interesado ngayon ang mga psychiatrists. My former boss was invited to be an expert witness doon sa situation. Okay, tawagin na lang natin halimbawa yung young girl na yon sa pangalan na Eva. Okay, si Eva may host. Ay siya yung host, I mean. Eva has 2 alters, dalawang alters. Usually dalawang alters lang naman eh. Okay, yun ang alter 1. She is the good Eve. Alter 1 is the good Eve. Okay, alter 2, my dear, siya naman si bad Eve. By the way, the 2 alters know one another in varying degrees. Okay, say for example, Eva was a rape victim. Na-discover na rape victim siya. Okay, si Alter 2, maaari ito si Bad Eve. Perhaps na-rape na naman siya ng kanyang tatay. Okay, pero she cannot make a recall of that situation. But after overnight, she will be surprised why there are empty bottles of alcoholic beverages in her sala. Nung pala, siya ang uminom o maaaring dalawa siya ng tatay niya na uminom ng alcohol. Okay, by the way, yung client na yon na nagpakamatay, yung suicide patients na yun na nagpakamatay, nag-conduct ngayon ng psychological autopsy yung boss ko. Yung psychological autopsy, the contents of the text messages should be examined, yung people na kinausap should be examined. Kaya natuntun ngayon, although sinasabing walang kaibigan daw ang kanyang anak, natuntun, nakausap ng boss ko yung kanyang best friend. And according to the best friend, lagi po siyang umiiyak. She cries so frequently. And she was telling me that I have a problem, but I cannot tell you kasi it will be a great problem. Sa Tagalog, iyak po siya ng iyak, may problema daw po siya, ngunit hindi niya makasagot. Okay, so take note, bad Eve now will give bad at good Eve or alter 2. Because, I mean to say, si alter 2 may now go into revelation. Maaaring ipagtapat ni alter 2 na siya'y rinirape ng kanyang tatay. And take note, because of the fear of revelation, yung pagtatapat nga ni good Eve yung nangyayari sa kanya, maaaring magpakamatay siya. That is the reason why suicide may occur in dissociative disorder. Take note of this. Okay, ulitin ko, usually, mga 2 to 3 personalities lang. Let us consider Eve. Eve, siya yung host. Eve has two altars. These are altar 1 and altar 2. Altar 1 is the good Eve. Altar 2 is the bad Eve. Now, perhaps that evening, nagkaroon ng raping incident again, pero the adolescent or the person involved cannot make a recall about that incident. But the following morning, she will be surprised why there are empty bottles of alcohol beverages in their sala nung pala siya ang uminom. Okay, eventually, pinagpapagpalan ni Alter 1 ang nangyayari sa kanyang kaibigan. Pero it was incomplete. Ang sabi niya sa friend niya, meron akong problema, hindi ko mapagtapat. So for the fear of revelation, that it will not be mad at good if kaya suicide may occur. So yun ang danger, my dear. Pag ang person is with dissociative disorders. Siya nga pala dati included dito sa dissociative disorders what we call as dissociative fugue. Dati dissociative fugue. Okay. Hindi na ngayon separate diagnosis ang dissociative fugue. In dissociative fugue, take note, my dear, there is that amnesia and travel. Amnesia and travel. Okay, dun sa DSM-4 text revise, sinalarawan ang dissociative fugue as a condition wherein there is a loss of memory and at the same time there is a travel involved. Halimbawa, nag-star witness ako, nakakatanggap ako ng mga death threats. And take note, totoo ito, naging star witness ako. I was covered by the Department of Justice Witness Protection Program. Okay, so maaaring sobrang traumatize ako doon sa mga death threat na natatanggap ko. Ang mangyayari, I may forget my name, my address, my telephone number. I may travel at a long distance, and then makakarating ako sa place where those people involved in trying to kill me at mapapatay ko sila. Pero during court proceedings, what will I tell my judge? I'm sorry, Mr. Judge, I did not commit that crime. I am not I. I am somebody else. The function of you is to carry out what my ego desires, at my super ego prohibits. Pero take note, pag nakamatay ang client with dissociative disorders, makukulong siya. Take note of that. You can only be acquitted of court responsibilities if you use the insanity plea. If you use the insanity plea, provided that you are psychotic. So hindi lahat ng klase ng mental illness will free you of any legal responsibility. Okay, and since insanity plea was abused, they applied the Daniel-Maknaten's rule. Daniel-Maknaten's rule. Daniel is a Scot national. He planned to kill their prime minister because it was his false belief, persecutory delusion niya yun, it's paranoid siya noon, na ang kanilang prime minister is a member of a communist party. Binalak niyang patayin ang kanilang prime minister, inabangan niya ngayon sa prime minister, ang prime minister inside his room, but it was the secretary who went out of the room ahead of the prime minister. Napatay niya ang secretary although he missed the prime minister. Take note, he was acquitted. Kasi hindi lang siya psychotic. Ang additional sa Maknaten's rule, my dear, is that there is that irresistible urge. Irresistible urge, like a command hallucination. May nagpuutos sa'yo. Not only an irresistible urge, my dear, number 2, You cannot understand the criminality. You cannot understand the criminality of your act. You cannot understand the wrongfulness of your act. Pinatay ko siya kasi gugunawin niya ang Scotland. So parang pahirap na yung client. So take note of that. Ngayon, wala na itong diagnosis na dissociative fugue na ito. Symptom na yan. Usually, yung amnesia plus travel or fugue can be usually found in dissociative identity disorder. Okay, nag-get ba natin mga anak? So let us now proceed. Na-discuss ko na itong ating psychopathology. And let us now go to the picturean nyo na lang para hindi kayo matagalan. We have sensory perceptual disturbances. Okay, in as much as the 5 senses are also affected. Like sleep pattern disturbances is affected. There could be insomnia, social interaction impaired, like for example, the Davao girl, wala siyang kaibigan, pero buti may nag-iisa siyang kaibigan. Okay, you know, after the psychological autopsy, psychological, hindi physical autopsy, yung tatay pala niyang rape victim. Rapist, tatay niyang rapist. Kaya obviously, yun din ang iniisip ko kasi why are you capitalizing on the letter of your daughter? So pinakaboy niya, dinilihis niyang authorities na kaya nagpakamatay because of poverty. So obvious naman, kami naman ang mga member ng mga psychiatric team ay naiintindihan namin yung human behavior nung tatay. Okay, social isolation, altered thought process, my dear, and there is also violence potential or directed towards others. Let us now go to the key nursing intervention, trust and support. Okay, number 2, be very sure that there is no organicity. A thorough physical and neurological examination should be done. Take note, walang organic pathology dito. Kung may organic pathology, take note, baka dementing condition ito. Nagkakaroon lamang, my dear, ng amnesia or dissociation as a protective defense against anxiety, against that highly traumatic experience. Okay, next number, gather data regarding feelings, conflicts, or situations experienced prior to amnesia or fugue. Okay, so yun ang ginater ng aming psychiatrist. And number 4, safety, since there could be violence directed to self and others. Number 5, the treatment goal, to ultimately integrate the personalities or memories, if possible, so that they can survive or coexist in the original personality. Okay, siya nga pala gusto kong banggitin, pag ang pasyente ay merong neurocognitive disorders, mga anak, halimbawa dementia, ang pasyente may loss of memory. Ang iba ito sa normal forgetting. Ang normal forgetting na nakikita natin sa mga aging process ay mabagal lang ang pag naaalala rin niya ang mga nakaraan, pero mabagal lang. Pero take note, ang mga may dementing condition may talagang hindi niya maaalala. At sa halimbawa, yung aking tatay nagkaroon ng neurocognitive disorders, isa sa mga neurocognitive disorders na pinag-tatay ay delirium. Okay, so sa delirium due to alcohol or delirium tremens. Sigaw siya ng sigaw. Sabi niya, ano ito? Bakit lumiit ang pulirarya ko? Sigaw siya ng sigaw. Hindi niya kami makilala. Pero alam natin, because of the organic pathology, alam niyo kasi sa delirium due to alcohol, there is that cerebral edema affecting the person's memory. Pero he was given a mannitol, a diuretic, and eventually na-record na, nakikilala na kami. Pero in dissociative disorder, take note, the loss of memory is said to be sudden. Okay, at pagkatapos ang pagbabalik ng memorya, sudden death. Paano sudden death? Itong si payo mo, sinubject ng kaibigan ko sa grounded technique. Grounded technique. Now, in grounded technique, my dear, siyempre binigyan mo na siya ng mga sane or Xanax kasi para makalma siya and binenteng siya sa prosa. In grounding technique, the doctor will produce the assurance that this is a safe place for you. The hospital is a safe place for you and you can enter into a trusting relationship with me. Kasi, ano ka namang makakampante sa sariling bahay mo? Sa sariling bahay mo, pinatay ang mga kapatid mo, pinatay ka doon. As I told you, yung gardener of the lolo pa niya, matanda na, 70 plus na, bata pa lang, nasa kanila na. Okay, naging drug dependent pala. Ang ginawa, ninakawan sila, pinatay ang mami niya, mga kapatid niya, nagpatay-patayan lamang siya. Okay, and then, because of the grounding technique, bilangin mo naalala, ang aming palang gardener ang responsible for that situation. So, doon dinala siya sa bahay, my dear, alam nyo, nakita yung mga ginamit ng mga patalin. Akala kasi patay na siya. Doon mismo sa room for the gardener. That is the use of grounded technique. Not grounded, grounding pala. Grounded pala sa ano yun sa electric grounding technique ang tawag natin doon. Okay? So let us now go to the psychopharmacotherapy, that is the use of Prozac. Okay. Next, my dear, these people, you don't usually find them inside the mental hospital. You can see them in medical centers wherein the focus is on the physical. Because the common common feature is the prominence of somatic symptoms or physical symptoms associated with significant distress or impairment. Okay, may mga somatic symptoms, tapos may corresponding psychological distress at nagkukos siya ng dysfunction. Okay, by the way, it is different from that of malingering. Iba ito sa malingering. Ano ang makikita nyo sa malingering versus the somatic symptom-related disorder? By the way, those people who are malingering are usually those people with an antisocial personality disorder. And we can go into malingering, my dear. Tayong normal. Ay, lahat naman tayo nagmalingering sa totoo lang. In somatic symptom-related disorders, by the way, they are experiencing soma or physical signs and symptoms. Soma or physical signs and symptoms. In malingering, pareho rin, meron ding mga physical, sandali lang ha. Sandali lang anak ha, ang ingay nitong aircon ko. Pakitawag si Glenn, maingay yung wait a while, wait a while. Sa init yata, nalalansag nito. Okay, so si Malingerer, they are also having some physical complaints or physical signs and symptoms. Okay, take note. parehong no organic pathology. Kuminsan may organic pathology sa somatic signs, symptoms, and related disorders, pero it could be just very minute. Or like for example, a person may have a mild heart condition, pero the symptoms are para bang meron ng impending MI, exaggerated. Okay, in somatic signs, somatic SRD, my dear, yung patient has an unconscious motivation. Unconscious motivation. Whereas in malingering, the person has a conscious motivation. In somatic symptoms, my dear, it is done for anxiety. It is experienced for anxiety relief. Whereas in malingering, it is experienced for personal gain. Okay, paliwanag kong unti-unti para mas maunawaan natin. Pareho si somatic at si malingering may physical signs and symptoms. Pareho, walang organic pathology. Alam nyo, magagastos sila. Can you just imagine, sa somatic symptom-related disorders, they will have to go to the point of spending lots of money for diagnostic examinations and even surgical interventions, pero walang makikitang organic pathology. It varies greatly, my dear, as to the motivation. In somatic symptom, there is an unconscious motivation. Actually nga you don't have to be judgmental to these people. They are really suffering from the physical distress. I repeat, people with somatic symptoms, alam nyo, wag kayong judgmental sa kanila. Wag kayong conclusive. Sabihin nyo, OA lamang yan. Talagang may physical distress ang client. Sa malingering, my dear, they have that conscious motivation. Tinatadyaan nila ito. Bakit kaya? For personal gain. An example, my dear, Mr. Palikpik, a well-publicized case, he was committed to us by the Lipa City Jail. Ano ginawa niya? Massacre. Nag-Lipa City Massacre. Okay, and take note, during the mental status examination, obviously, in-exaggerate niya ang complaints. Like, while the doctor was asking him, I found him to be inattentive, pero OA lang. Okay, halimbawa, during the mental status, anong sabi niya sa kausap niyang unseen people? Pare, wait a while, diyan ka lang. Pare, okay, ma'am, na lang tayo mag-usap. Okay, you know, the doctor is interviewing me. Okay, paano nakikipag-usap sa unseen people? So, just to present to the doctor that I have an auditory hallucination. And after a while, anong ginawa niya? Yung pinapasagutan sa kanya ng psychologist, pinapapamit niya ang sagot. At yung answer sheet that was given by the psychologist, ginawa ba niya namang airplane na papel? And then pinapalipad niya. Okay, so take note, they exaggerate or they create these mga complaints so that they can be free of legal responsibilities. Unlike those people with schizophrenia, because of their denial, wala akong sakit, when you give them this psychological examination, ang ginagawa nila talagang pinag-iisipan nila ang sagot para may dear sila ay hindi sasabihin na psychotic sila. So ito naman si malingerers, my dear, pinapapangit ang sagot para ma-acquit siya sa mga criminal responsibilities. It is done for personal gain. Whereas in somatic symptoms related disorders, yung mga unconscious na mga physical complaints, it is because of the desire for anxiety relief. Take note of that. Okay? Nakaka-disturb yung sounds, my dear, ng ano? Pakitawag si Glenn. Oo. Sandali ah. Sige. Init dito sa Manila para magigiba ng aircon dito. Okay, so let me now go to the subtypes of somatic symptoms. Under which we have your somatic symptoms disorder, formerly known as somatization disorder. In this disorder, my dear, you expect for excessive thoughts, feelings, or behavior related to multiple, recurrent, distressing, somatic symptoms, usually pain disorder, my dear, causing dysfunction for more than 6 months. Okay, para mas simple ang ating pag-uunawa dito, sa somatic symptoms disorder, my dear, or somatization disorder, there will be multiple, frequent, recurrent physical complaints. Multiple, frequent. Yung paa mo anak, nakikita ko. Pakibabaan naman. Multiple, frequent, recurrent, physical complaints. Okay, so as the word implies multiple, when you were in your high school years, what was then the complaint of your mother? Anak, ang sakit ng ulo ko. So your mother was subjected into a skull x-ray, CT scan, MRI. Aba, wala namang makitang organic pathology. Frequent and recurrent, pabalik-balik, usually more than 2 years, wherein the person is already carrying multiple. After all the skull and the head x-rays were all done, walang makitang organic pathology, and after which, ano ang sasabihin? Chest pain. After the 2D echo, 3D echo, wala pa rin makitang mga organic pathology. And pagkatapos yung epigastric area, colonoscopy, everything, wala pa rin makitang organic pathology. And take note, dati, pain disorder was under this heading. Tinanggal na po ang pain disorder. In pain disorder, my dear, ang complaint ng client is only that of pain. Usually, chest pain ang kanilang mga complaints. Pinagsama na lamang kasi nagkakaroon ng overlapping. So, pain disorder was eliminated and it was just integrated with somatic symptoms disorder. Okay, by the way, they are, as I've told you, they are spending lots of money for the doctor, for the diagnostic examinations, at ang mahirap, they are already sick and tired of having these physical complaints, kaya tuloy, they can be a suicidal one. Pwedeng mag-suicide ang client. Okay, let us now proceed. Formerly, the illness was known as hypochondriasis. Hypochondriasis, now known as illness anxiety disorder. In here, there is that somatic preoccupation of having or acquiring a serious illness for at least 6 months. Okay, what do I mean, my dear? Marisa, nag-raise ng hand si Marisa. Marisa, okay, go ahead anak. Marisa, go ahead. Ano mapapaglingkod ko? Marisa, si Marisa nagre-raise ng hand. Baka may mapaglingkod ako. Mary.
Wait lang po, Doc, message po natin siya.
Oo. Agustin Maris. Agustin Maris. Okay na yung aking whiteboard, nakikita, no? Okay na yan siguro. Dagdagan mo sa kabila dito. Dito sa kabila, oh. Pinokyo, dito malagyan ng tissue. Sa kabilang panig. Dito, yan. Dito sa gitna, sa pagitan. Dito sa other side. Dito. Yan. Okay. Maris.
Dok, hindi po nagparamdam. Baka po napindot lang.
Sige, sige. Tuloy natin, ano? Ulitin ko, no? Dito sa illness anxiety disorder, there is the somatic preoccupation. Actually, people with the disorders, they are said to be psychologically invalid. Psychologically invalid. Noon, sinasabi ng mga psychiatrists, it is nearest to psychosis. Why nearest to psychosis? Because instead of being appreciative with the successes of the loved ones, ang kanyang asawa na promote, ang kanyang anak nurse already na promote sa lahat ng bagay, pero instead of being appreciative of all the blessings of the Lord, ano pinapakiramdam niya? Ang pulsation ng kanyang head, ang kanyang palpitation, ganon din ang kanyang mga epigastric motility ng kanyang epigastric, so on and so forth. Okay, actually sila daw yung mga narcissistic self-love. Actually, ito mga tao ito, upon hearing that the presentation of Fernando po before he had his stroke, masakit daw ang ulo, okay, nagkaroon ng headache because of so many preoccupation with the physical aspect niya, abay, meron na daw siyang stroke, ano? Kaya talagang you will be she is really preoccupied with her physical well-being. And this extensive worries about health, pero wala ka namang makita. Pero at times may mga minimal somatic symptoms like there could be a mild chest pain, nung pala osteochondritis lang. Ang kanyang nasasabi, may MI already siya. Okay, next number, my dear, number 3, conversion disorder. Okay, formerly known as functional neurological symptoms disorder. Ang kaibahan ng conversion disorder sa two illnesses which I told you, hanapin nyo yung physical disability. Physical disability. And take note, in conversion disorder, areas involved are under voluntary control. Areas involved are under your voluntary control. And again, tatandaan natin, you look for the presence of physical disability. The presence of physical disability like having hysterical blindness. Hysterical blindness. O kaya naman, hysterical phone niya, hindi makapagsalita, or hysterical paralysis. Hysterical paralysis. May I repeat, in conversion disorder, look for the areas involved are under your voluntary control. Like for example, I can control the movements of my arms, the movements of my legs, I can control the movements of my eyes and also my may tawag dito sa lalmunan nito, no? Vocal cords. Okay, alam ninyo, ang individual na ito ay talagang sobrang na-stress. Halimbawa, you were taking the board examination and all of a sudden you cannot move your hand. Although when you were brought to a doctor, the doctor said there is no cause for you to be alarmed. There is no organic pathology. And ang mahirap, even the best doctor in town, all their therapeutic efforts will be in vain. Lahat ng kanilang kagalingan ay mauubos. Bakit kaya? Alam ninyo, they are clinging to that disability with a tenacity that will really frustrate the best doctor. You know the reason why? because of this situation, ang client kasi ay nakaka-experience ng label indifference. Anyway, sa lahat ng somatic symptoms related disorders, they are experiencing label indifference or beautiful indifference. Beautiful indifference, mga anak, is unconcern over the physical disability. Unconcern over the physical disability. Halimbawa, di ba pag may sakit tayo, halimbawa sa stress, nag-asthma ako. So what did I do? I have to find a pulmonologist so that I can be relieved of that dyspnea. Ang hirap-hirap kaya. Pero sila, alam ninyo, yung aking dinadanas, ang dati tawag doon is psychophysiologic disorders or stress-related disorders. Dito talaga may organic pathology. Talagang siguro naninikip yung dibdib ko kasi puno ng plema. Natural, di ako makahinga. Sinamahan pa ng stresses, di lalong nag-narrow down yung aking bronchus. Meron kang makikitang organic pathology. Pero take note dito, kahit siya may physical disability, kapit ko siya sa pagkakaroon ng physical disability. The reason behind this, my dear, is because of the primary gain from the physical disability. Primary gain. And not only the primary gain, it is also the secondary gain from the physical disability. The primary gain, mga anak, is that of anxiety relief. Anxiety relief. I don't have to be worried about the board examination kasi nagkasakit naman ako. And the secondary gain is the sympathy that you get from other people. The attention that you get from other people. Yung iyong boyfriend gusto ka nang i-break. Bakit kaya? Kasi ang OA mo. Pero this time, hindi ka ma-break kasi may sakit ka. The attention that you get from your parents, ang tatay mo, nanay mo, nay, bilan mo ako ng chocolate. Anong sagot? Wala tayong pera. Pero pustahan tayo pag may sakit. Nako, anak, gusto mo ba MM? Gusto mo ba anak? Lahat ng imported chocolates, bibilhan ka. So on and so forth. It is actually the material reward that you get from the physical disability is the one putting you into that physical disability. Take note, it is just like using one stone and you were able to hit two birds. The two birds are the primary and the secondary. Okay, kaya lang i-give up nyo, narcissistic kayo, hindi lang kayo narcissistic, napaka-immature nyo as a person. Okay, so let me now go to the next, my dear. Ito naman, yung may mga, may mga asthma, dati ang pangalan, stress-related disorders. Ito yung mga tao, may mga diabetes, may mga cancer, may mga cardiovascular illnesses. Okay, take note, psychological factors affecting medical conditions. These are psychological or behavioral factors. Psychological and behavioral factors adversely affect the medical conditions such as denial of symptoms or poor adherence to medical recommendations like anxiety exacerbating asthma, diabetes, cancer, migraine, irritable bowel syndrome or ulcerative colitis. Ang dating tawag dito ay ulcerative colitis. Okay, take note, ito yung dating tinatawag na stress-related disorders. And dati tinatawag din ito psychological factors, yun pa rin, psychological factors affecting medical condition. Ang number 5 natin is factitious disorder. Fake factitious. It is the falsification of physical or psychological symptoms or induction of injury or disease associated with identified deception. Okay, example nito, isang sikat na artista, may friend kasi ako sa Cardinal Santos, sabi, naku, ang taas ng lagnat, kamukat-mukat mo, kumain daw pala ng maraming bawang. O kaya naman, meron siyang bleeding, Yung pala, ano ang ginawa niya? Uminom siya ng mga medications para magkakaroon siya ng bleeding. O kaya talagang sinasadya ang physical signs and symptoms. And our psychiatrist said, kasi they would like to be inside the hospital. To be inside the hospital, no worry, no stress. To be inside the hospital is just like to be inside the womb of the mother again. Minsan talaga pag ang dami mong stress, how I wish na magkakasakit ako. Usually, nasasabi natin yan. Kasi the comfort that you receive from a hospital. Siyempre, ang gaganda naman ng hospital na kinoconfinan. Yan ang Cardinal, Makati, St. Luke's, etc. Okay, what about the psychopathology, biological basis? And another one, stressful life events. Lalong-lalo na ngayon, ang dami talaga nagkakaroon ng mga symptoms, somatic symptoms and related disorders. And developmental learning personality and socio-cultural factors. Kikita nyo yun sa nanay nyo. Pag ang nanay nyo ay nagpapapansin sa tatay ninyo, hala, masakit ang ulo, hindi lang yan, nagko-complain na may chest pain, etc. Doon. Kasi yun ang natutunan nyo. Just like when merong isang napanood ako dito sa television na lagi siya nagpo-produce ng mga physical symptoms, walang organic pathology, and then may mga instances naman yung kanyang husband cannot just leave the office, and then eventually sinabi niya sa husband niya, kasi pag may sakit ako, doon lang umuwi ang daddy ko sa amin. Okay, kasi yung daddy niya may other woman, so pag may sakit siya, yun lang ang mga pagkakataon na daddy will be coming home. So it could be natutunan, yung theory, the learning theory, and also socio-cultural factors. Like for example, may mga ang mga babae sa isang area ay talagang dapat weak, submissive, etc. So yung kanilang mga feelings can just be released through the use of these physical signs and symptoms. Okay? Defense mechanisms are repression, denial, displacement, and somatization. Repression is unconscious forgetting. Denial is failure to accept the unpleasant reality. Okay, so hindi mo matanggap yung unpleasant reality na may ibang pamilya ng asawa mo. Okay, so take note, you may have some physical signs and symptoms. Displacement, it is only pinagbubuntunan the area involved. Somatization is another defense mechanisms. Okay, our NANDA are, picture na lang, we have pain, chronic, post-trauma response, powerlessness, role performance altered, interrupted family process. Interrupted family process. We nurses are usually affected if our loved ones are suffering from this disorder because we are expected to attend to the physical and medical needs of our loved ones. Kaya tuloy, palagi kang absent kasi may sakit ang iyong mahal sa buhay. Gaya halimbawa yung tatay ko, nagkaroon siya ng stroke dahil nga sa mga stress na pinagdadaanan niya, lagi akong absent because I am the member of the family under the medical field, kaya tuloy expect natin interrupted family process. Okay, so ang mga disrupted lahat ang business, disrupted ang mga so many concerns of my father. And also there's that impaired adjustment. Impaired adjustment. So meaning to say, there is that inability to modify lifestyle. Inability to modify lifestyle. Halimbawa, yung tatay ko nagkaroon ng cardiovascular accident. Okay, although he was given the health education of the doctor, avoid nyo na po ang sigarilyo, ang alak, etc. Matatabang pagkain. So he cannot modify his lifestyle until nagkaroon na ng structural damage, nagkaroon ng cardiovascular accident. Key nursing intervention. One, matter of fact, caring approach for physical symptoms. Paano ito? Siya nga pala, they should be the first to be given attention. They should be the first to be given attention. Bakit kaya they should be the first to be given attention? To avoid secondary gain. To avoid secondary gain. Sila ang binigyan nyo kagad ng pansin, syempre nag-e-enjoy sila sa secondary gain. I repeat, they should be the first to be addressed as to their physical complaints so as not to feed on secondary gains. Not to feed on secondary gains. We are aware of the secondary gains. These are the attention that we get from people around, the sympathy that we get from people around. And this be matter of factly. Say, for example, when you got the vital signs, it was elevated. Oh, it was normal. Kung yung vital signs, normal ito. Please avoid telling the client normal po ang inyong blood pressure. Bakit? You have to respect their denial. Remember, it is easier for a person to accept that there is a physical illness rather than to know that there is a mental illness. Ganoon mga anak. Respetuhin yung denial, huwag yung pagpilitan. Normal nga blood pressure, wala ka naman problema dyan, etc. Hindi po, mali yun. Kasi, di ba sa totoo lang, pag nalaman mo, ay may depression ako, pag nalaman mo yung anak ko, yung isang naging pasyente ko, sabing gano'n, ma'am, madali ko pong natanggap noon ako may cancer, pero ngayon po, malaman ko po na may sakit ako sa mental, na meron akong bipolar disorder. Ang hirap po kayang tanggapin. So you have to respect the denial. And be matter of factly, after taking the blood pressure, ever tell normal po ito, simply state, your blood pressure is 120 over 80. Okay, go to the feelings. Ano po ang nararamdaman nyo? Mag-usap po tayo. That is a matter of fact. Give what is real, what is expected, but never forget the feeling tone. Okay, yun na nga, allow verbalizations of feelings and ask to describe feelings. Okay, tandaan, never be judgmental. Client is really suffering from the physical distress, although there is no physical or organic pathology. And assist them, number 3, in developing more appropriate ways to verbalize feelings and needs. Mga katanggap-tanggap na pamamaraan upang ma-express ang feelings. Okay, halimbawa, nung sinabi ng patient na tumataas ang blood pressure, okay, sabihin mo na it's but normal, mag-empathize ka doon sa patient mo. And then, encourage mo siya na mag-verbalize ang feelings niya. It is but normal for us to be anxious if there is a problem with relationship. Okay, so yung pag-empathize mo na sinabi mo, naiintindihan ko po, nauunawaan ko po kayo, or yung sinabi ko nga sa inyo, give up the person a piece of tissue paper that is tantamount to telling the person that crying is allowed and it is even encouraged in mental health nursing. Okay, number 4, positive reinforcement to increase non-complaining behavior. And set limits by withdrawing attention from patient when they focus on physical complaints. Positive reinforcement. Kumusta po kayo ngayon? Kumusta po ang pakiramdam ninyo? Okay, at saka nakapansin ko po, busy po kayo sa artwork ninyo. Okay, so, ibig sabihin nyo, you are giving attention, my dear, to those positive things that the client is doing. Huwag nyo sasabihin, ano po nararamdaman nyo, sasabihin, ganun pa rin, masakit pa ang ulo ko po. bigyan nyo ng magandang puna yung mga magandang bagay na nangyayari sa patient. Okay, hanggang maaari tanggalin nyo yung attention. You talk about yung mga kapaligiran. Kanina po kayo, mag-water na po tayo ng plants. Ito po, bumubukad-kad na po yung tinalim nyo po dito na mga roses. Okay, so focus on those beautiful things around the person. Kasi nga, sila yung narcissistic, self-love. Walang pinakiramdaman, kundi yung pulsation ng kanilang blood vessels sa ulo, ganun din yung kanilang palpitation, pulsation ng kanilang intestinal wall, so on and so forth. Okay. Be consistent and have all requests directed to primary nurse providing care. Okay, kasi halimbawa, hindi pa na-address yung physical complaints nila. And then another physical complaints will come in. The tendency is that those initial physical complaints may become permanent. Example, the client is complaining of chest pain, chest pain, chest pain. Okay, and then the following day, anong sasabihin? I have a pain on my arm. I have a pain on my arm. Okay, isa na lang dapat ang mag-entertain ng complaints ng client. Kasi kung lahat ng tao hinihinga niya ng mga sympathy about the physical complaints, the tendency is that the first complaint may be fixated. Magiging permanent na yan. And then, patong-patong na yung physical complaints ng client. Diversionary activities through recreational games. Yung mga table games, ayan, ayun din, pag meron kayo nararamdaman physical complaints, pustahan tayo. Yung manood ka lang ng television o kaya mag-walking ka lang, nadadivert ang iyong attention. And number 7, ito nang ang sabi ko, do not push awareness or insight into conflicts or behavior. Huwag yung pagpipilitan na wala akong organic pathology. Kahit walang organic pathology, merong mga physical distress sila. Talagang nararamdaman nila. Take note of that. Hirap, yung ating pag-iisip, magastos ang pagiging mentally sick. Take note of that. Ayan, feeding and eating disorders. Take note, this is characterized by persistent, tuloy-tuloy, disturbance or eating-related behaviors that results in the altered consumption or absorption of food causing dysfunctions. Basta mga disorders, anak, hanapin yung dysfunctions na yon. So, persistent meaning to say it's continuous disturbance in the eating pattern of the person. And eventually, there could be altered consumption. Either there is only inadequate consumption or there is said to be a consumption of huge amount of food, my dear. At saka nagkukos ito ng dysfunctions because of your preoccupation with your eating or feeding behaviors. Okay, number 1 is pica. Pica is eating non-nutritive, non-food substance for more than 1 month. Actually, yung pica, nakikita ko ito sa mga clients namin na may autism spectrum disorder. Okay, yung client ko na may autism spectrum disorder, abay nagkaroon ng abdominal mass. Nung kinapa ko, saan kaya ito? Rinifer namin ngayon. Alam nyo, mental hospital is a 3 hospital in 1. We have a pavilion for physical ill patients wherein there is an operating room. We have a pavilion for the court case or the criminal insane patients. Or yung iba naman nagmamalinggaring to be acquitted of court responsibilities. Naku, sabi ko, hindi makadefecate itong client ko. When the client was subjected, my dear, sa x-ray, may mass nga, abdominal mass yan, And then, noon, siyempre, very crude, wala pa yung mga ano na yan, mga colonoscopy, etc. Binuksan, in-explore lab ang client, anong nakita sa loob ng tiyan? Ang tawag niyan sa child psychiatry ay hair ball tumor. Hair ball tumor. Okay, so nung nagkaroon ako ng investigation, kinausap ko yung mga personnel, ano nangyari, and then di nila maalala, hindi ko na sila makita, a behaved patient, award healthcare said. Lahat po ng mga buhok sa bell trap ng Shangri-La. Shangri-La Pavilion, my dear, is for the children and adolescent male patients of the hospital. Pati po mga candy wrappers, cigarette butts, plaster, kinakain po. Hindi ito naa-absorb. And then, syempre, isa sa mga characteristic symptoms ng autism spectrum disorder ay head banging. Nag-head banging yan. Tatandaan nyo sa autism spectrum disorder, my dear, meron silang repetitive stereotype behavior. Ang repetitive stereotype behavior na nag-head banging. E then, nung nag-head banging, my dear, laging may sugat dito. Laging may sugat. Ngayon, pag medyo gumagaling na yung sugat, tinutuklap niya yung crust ng sugat niya. Sa crust, talagang tinatanggal, kinakain-kain niya. Natural, herumbok yun, kaya tuloy nag-cause ng hairball tumor. Okay, so, pero alam ninyo, without autism spectrum disorder, may mga taong nagpapahika, lalo na mga buntis, nagpapahika yan, kung anong mga pagkain na hindi naman dapat kainin, ay kinakain. Okay, number 2, my dear, rumination disorder. Ito naman, walang ginawa, kundi mag-regurgitate, repeated regurgitation of food at least 1 month. Nagre-regurgitate ng pagkain at least 1 month. Hindi po minsan lang kung halimbawa naparami ka ng kain, pero it is seen for at least 1 month. Another one is avoidant, restricted food intake. There is the persistent failure to meet appropriate nutritional or energy needs. Ay ba kumain, parang kaing ipis. Diyos ko, 1 tablespoon of rice, 1 tablespoon of ulam, 1/4 serving of water. Naku, Diyos ko. And my dear, the appropriate nutritional, halimbawa, ang nutritional needs ko is 2,000 calories. Baka kakain lang yan ng mga 500 calories. To the point that there could be many complications because of this failure to meet appropriate nutritional or energy needs. Hala, si anorexia nervosa. Sino si anorexia nervosa? Siya ang modelo ng punerarya. Anorexia nervosa. Actually, there is no loss of appetite. Wala pong anorexia sa anorexia nervosa. In anorexia nervosa, there is no loss of appetite, but there is that weight phobia. Weight phobia. Okay, may intense fear na mag-gain ng weight. Okay, kaya nga, ang pasyenteng with anorexia nervosa, they take their body weight at least 10 times a day. Naku, Diyos ko. Mamaya, tingin ang timbang. 10 beses isang araw, my dear. Ano ang makikita nyo bukod sa preoccupied pag-take ng kanyang body weight, my dear, ano? Nakikita nyo intense fear of gaining weight or becoming fat or persistent behavior that interferes with weight gain and a disturbance in self-perceived weight or shape. Sila ay laging nagse-exercise. Ang mga simptomas, they are preoccupied, my dear, with exercise. Okay, hindi lang yan. Abay, pag kumain ay talagang talagang deg pa yung mga yung mga artista dyan na kailangang maintain ang kanilang body weight. Okay, aside from that, there is the presence of lanugo. Kulang siyempre ng sustansya, pati buhok. Kaya there is that presence of lanugo. Another one, loss of 15% of normal body weight. Loss of 15% of normal body weight without apparent cause. Without apparent cause. Hindi nagkasakit, bakit kaya pumakit? Siguraduhin niyo, baka naman may cancer, ano? And not yung amenorrhea, hindi na po kino-consider na symptoms. Okay, kasi kung minsan nauuna yung amenorrhea bago nagkakaroon ng anorexia nervosa. Okay, aside from that, there is hypothermia. Hypothermia. Okay, another one, my dear. Yung sinabi ko sa'yo, history of dieting. History of dieting. Okay, so maaalarma na kayo. Bakit kaya buhok niya? Ganun, wala kang kintab, naglulugas pa ang buhok, ang liliit pa, parang yung buhok ng sanggol, at saka walang apparent cause at all, nagkakaroon ng loss of body weight. Okay, siya nga pala, my dear, gusto kong maunawaan muna natin kung ano ang nangyayari sa client. Teka, tingnan ko baka nandito, no? Wala. Okay, nandito naman pala. So, pagpatuloy ko na may ang usapan natin tungkol sa bulimia nervosa. Tungkol sa bulimia nervosa. So, gusto ko lang dagdag sa anorexia nervosa, they are indulged in the physical activity. Indulge in the physical activity, like for example, exercises, push-up, running. Abay, wala nang tinira kundi puro exercise para sila ay pumayat. What about naman bulimia nervosa? In bulimia nervosa, there is actually, dito sa bulimia nervosa, it is preceded with depression. Si anorexic din may depression. It is preceded with depression. Okay, so ano makikita nyo sa pasyente, my dear, nagkakaroon dito muna natin surat, ano? Nalulungkot, magbi-binge yan. I-characterize ko ang binge sa Tagalog lamon. Kung anorexia nervosa, siya ay definitely may self-imposed dieting, ha? Yun ang makikita nyo sa eating pattern ng client. Self-imposed dieting. Para makompare nyo silang dalawa. Self-imposed dieting. Talagang inaano niya yung sarili niya na kailangan lahat na ito, ritual na ito, na pumayat ako, ang kain ko, konti, ginagawa niya yan without fail. Okay, pag nakitang konting change ng body weight, mag-exercise na naman ang client. So take note, meron munang binge. Depressed, binge. Pag nag-binge siya mga anak, nag-take siya ng 30 times of the normal caloric intake. Halimbawa, the person's normal caloric intake is 2,000. The person or the bulimic will take about 60,000 calories. Take note, will it be eaten for 2 weeks or 2 days or 3 days? Hindi po. It will be eaten for not more than 2 hours. Not more than 2 hours. Hindi po hihigit ng 2 oras. So, dapat maubos niya yan ng within 2 hours. And pagkatapos, it is done in a discrete place. Discrete place and time of the day. Discrete place and time of the day. The bulimic will not show to people that she is preoccupied with binges. It is also consumed at the middle of the night where everyone is fast asleep. Tulog lahat. Titingnan pa yan. Tulog ng mami ko, tulog ng kapatid ko. Okay, may preparasyon yan. Gagawin niya, mamimili ng, alam niyo, kanilang mga pinapurchase, mga high carbo, because high carbo has a serotonin. Yun ang dahilan kasi depressed sila, kaya more ng carbohydrates ang kanyang pinapurchase. Okay, when everything is prepared, nakakabili na, tinignan kung tulog na ang nanay niya, all the purchased grocery items are actually kept under the bed, inside the cabinet, ready na ba? Okay, pag kinain na lahat yan, di pa na kontento, pupunta pa sa refrigerator, kakainin lahat yan. And after the beans, my dear, nagpo-purge cycle ang client. Purge cycle. Anong makikita nyo sa kanya? Self-induced vomiting. Self-induced vomiting as evidenced by the scar of the point finger. Dito anak, may scar dito. Makita nyo yung lalamunan, may ulcers already. Tapos merong ngipin ng daga, or actually because of the frequent rushing out of the hydrochloric acid, it will cause teeth enamel erosion. Yung enamel nila na-erode na, kaya parang ngipin ng daga. Maasim sila, maasim. Kasi pag nagkakain, nalang tigil yan, self-induced vomiting yan. And after, not only magkasabay yan, they go into ingestions of laxatives and purgatives. They ingest laxative and purgatives, my dear. Makikita nyo yung kanilang anus ay sugat-sugat na because they visit the restroom. Kuminsan nandun na sila sa restroom. How frequent ito? At least once a week for more than 3 months. Dati ang require ay twice a week. Ngayon, minsanan mo lang pala ito ginawa at more than 3 months mo, magduda na baka meron ka already bulimia nervosa. Okay, so kaya pala sila nagpo-pulse anak ay because of the guilt. I should not have eaten that. Hindi ko dapat kinain yon. So nagkakaroon sila ng guilt feelings, kaya it will arise into a purge cycle. Okay, so my dear, how will you differentiate ang anorexia nervosa from bulimia nervosa? Okay, alam ninyo, sa anorexia nervosa, higher ang mortality rate, mas mataas ang mga namamatay sa anorexia nervosa. Like for example, si Karen Carpenter, sayang, may anorexia nervosa. Sa bulimia nervosa naman mga anak, si Linchin noon, inamin niya na may bulimia nervosa siya. And then also yung Donita Rose, the wife of the owner of Cebu Doctors, dating actress, my dear, inamin niya na may bulimia nervosa siya. Ang anorexia nervosa is common among the adolescents. And take note, they are talagang modelo ng punerarya. Sila ay payat. Si bulimic nervosa naman, my dear, sila ay usually early adults or they are college graduates. Adults sila, college graduate, and they are slightly obese. Slightly obese. Okay, expect for a high mortality in anorexic. Usually, 101 to 2 may die. The reason behind this is no insight. No insight. They don't recognize the abnormality of their behaviors. Like when the mother of Karen Carpenter found out that Karen was hoarding several laxative and purgatives, and when the mother was about to throw off all those laxatives, habol siya, sabi niya, hindi those things, I am fat, I am fat. Pero nakikita niyo naman ang payat-payat na. Okay, ito naman sa bulimia nervosa, my dear, maganda naman ang prognosis because there is an insight. They are aware that they are suffering from an emotional difficulty. Okay, they are aware na mayroong problem. Alam nga nila na may depression sila. Take note of this. Okay. Let us now come up, my dear, with analysis. There's in process of analysis and the psychopathology. Number 1, biological. Pag sobra rin pala ang serotonin, it may lead to food restrictions. Kaya talagang dapat, para healthy tayo, merong chemical balance. Wala pong chemical imbalance. Okay, so kung masyado mataas ang activity ng serotonin, nagli-lead siya na we have to control or go into food restriction. Number 2, socio-cultural factors. Okay, take note, being seen is overvalued by society now. Ang pagiging payat ay gustong-gusto ng mga tao around. Ang gastos mag-gym, ang mahal-mahal na mga diet pills, magpapadeliver pa yan ng Mediterranean food, ay Diyos ko, kasi nga sa kausuhan ng pagiging payat. Okay, number 3, family factors. They came from an enmeshed family. They came from an enmeshed family. My dear, what do I mean by an enmeshed family? Enmeshed family is a family whose family members are too close. Family members are too close. Okay, galing sa pamilya na sobrang tightly knitted, parang talagang sobrang close with one another. Halimbawa, na sobrang closeness nung anorexic na yon, pati na lang bibilin, Mami, I think I need to have another set of panties. Mami, sa palagay niyo, ano po ang size ko ngayon? I think I am already medium. Ang taba-taba ko. Pero sa katotohanan, ay double small ang kanyang panty, ano? What are the food that we have to order? Puro na lang lahat tinatanong, parang dependent na talaga sa nanay niya. Okay, and take note, cognitive behavioral factors. Gaya nga ng sinabi ko sa inyo, they have distorted body image. Distorted body image. Gaya ng lagi kong binabanggit, in front of the mirror. Pag nasa harapan ng salamin, ano ang sasabihin? Yaks! Mukha na akong gabiana. Pero sa katotohanan, modelo ng funeraria. Diba? Distorted ang iyong body image. And another one, psychodynamically, it is a regression. Going back to an earlier level of development, take note, they can be already adults or adolescents, but it is a regression, pagbabalik doon sa pre-pubertal state, my dear. Yung pre-adolescent stage, nung siya ay mga 10 years old, 11 years old, pero ngayon unang maaga nag-men's, ano, yung pagbabalik ng mga 9 years old, pre-pubertal state, my dear, also in an attempt to reduce the control of an over-controlling mother. Nako, ang nanay niyo masyadong mahadera, lahat na lang, anak, bawal ito, lahat, ano? So, alam ninyo, ito ay nangyayari because of power struggle. Power struggle. Okay, all the years, kailangang ipiplease niya yung mami niya. Dapat ako ay pinakamaganda, pinakasikat, ano? Ako yung dapat na late answer. So, ang nangyayari dahil sa power struggle na yon, it becomes negative. It becomes negative. So, in their desire to satisfy the needs of the mother, my dear, it becomes negative dahil dito. Hindi lang yan, they are usually high achievers. Paborito ng lahat. The apple of everyone's eyes. Model children. Laging honor. Laging kasama sa mga performances. Laging pag may play sa school, sila. Okay, high achievers. Ano nangyayari pag high achievers ka? Dapat I have to meet the expectations of people around. Pag tumaba ako, hindi na nila ako gusto. Pag tumaba ako, hindi na ako pinakasikat. So kaya nga, mga anak, hindi tayo masyadong dapat. Maraming mga expectations sa mga anak natin. Alam niyo, sa totoo, nakakakilabot nga eh. Halimbawa, isa sa kaibigan ng aking apo, Diyos ko, gusto na mag-attempt na, actually nga, dinifer na namin sa psychiatrist eh. Hindi gusto, nag-attempt na nga ng suicide dahil ang mga expectations sa kanya ng mga magulang niya. Kaya ngayon, ang dami ng bata na nagpapakamatay. Kaya talagang we have to be very careful sa ating mga mental health, my dear. Too much expectations, too controlling nanay, kaawal yan. Okay, kaya usually sinasabihin ko, payagan mo kahit 12 years old ang anak mo, anyway, may kasama naman yata pasamahan na lang para ma-experience ang happiness to be with the kaibigan, no? Kasi kasama yun, my dear. Pero siyempre, kinakabahan ako. Buti na lang at may rapport dito sa aming secretary na kasama. So, nagkumain sila ng mga kaklase niya na 12 years old, mga 5 sila, and after which, nanood ng okay, pagdating ang saya-saya. Kasi alam ko naman, social isolation, kaya talagang terrible ang mga cases ng mga bata na nagkakaroon ng suicide. Okay, altered nutrition, my dear, for the Nanda, powerlessness, fluid volume deficit, ineffective individual coping, and disturbance in body image. Ang unang gagawin nyo, bigyan nyo muna ng pansin ang physical. Isang tabi nyo muna ang emotional. Pwede nyo ma-postpone ang emotional kasi mas delikado ang physiological condition ng client. I-monitor nyo ang intake, output, and activity. Intake, output, body weight, and activity. Wala yung body weight. Okay, siya nga pala, gaano karami kinain, gaano karami ang dinumi, minsan nakikinig sila sa mga bagay na yon, pero siyempre, kailangan ipapaliwanag natin. Kailangan ng empathy, you let the person be aware, o kailangan maunawaan natin yung person na it's really something na nakakabother yung condition. And take note, importante na monitor natin ang body weight. Ngunit, when you take the body weight of the client, let their face be turned away from the weighing scale. Patalikurin nyo, because if they see even a slight increase in their body weight, pustahan tayo, magkakaroon activity yan, push up yan, sasayaw yan, harmful yun, baka mag-collapse na lang ang patient. Kaya hindi lang yung intake, output, pati timbang, since nasa-satisfy ang kanilang preoccupation for body weight, ang gagawin nyo, hindi magtitimbang na nag-iisa siya, dapat nakatalikod siya para hindi niya makikita ang pain scale at let the client wear the same hospital uniform for weight taking. Kasi baka naman, ang susuot niya ngayon, mas makapal, lulukuhin kayo, ang bulsa, linagyan pa ng bato, eh di pag nagtimbang, ang taba na, maliligayahan na kayo. Alam ninyo, these people, they don't consider as their allies. They consider as feelings. Kontrabida tayo sa kanilang desire sa pagiging isang modelo ng punerarya. Kontrabida tayo sa buhay nila. Kaya magiging maingat kayo kasi kukontrahin kayo ng client. Pero importante, makadevelop kayo ng trust dun sa client. Okay, yun ang manipulative kaya sila, manipulative ang behavior ng mga people with anorexia and also bulimia. Okay, weight daily. Tumisan nga, medyo BID nyo yan. Hindi nyo alam, may mga push-up yan, mga energy training and also calorie training na mga activities. Observe for signs of purging. Next, my dear, plan for the dietitian to meet with patients to discuss information, nutrition, and healthy diet. And take note, use matter-of-fact attitude therapy. What do I mean by matter-of-fact attitude therapy? Anak, ang ibig sabihin, let us be firmly consistent. Let us be firmly consistent. What do I mean by firmly consistent and being objective? Being objective. Okay, example. You are now serving the meal that was prepared by the dietitian. After the planning of food with the dietitian, nag-discuss nga ng information. While serving the food, the client may tell you, I'm sorry, I've changed my mind. I don't see that food to be palatable. Okay, pag sinabing na hindi palatable, dapat maging firmly consistent. That was based on the plan together with your dietitian. You have planned for that meal. You have to eat that. Okay, ang tatalo kayo, makikipag-away, be consistent. Huwag kayong magpapagimbal sa kanya, papabago. As I've told you, it was the one prescribed, you have to eat that. Kasi alam mo, binago mo yan, mamaya, no, sineserve na yung bagong choice, sasabihin sa'yo, I'm sorry, I've changed my mind. I think I want this. I want salad, etc. Okay, maging consistent kayo. Be firm. Huwag kayo mag-explain ng marami. Explain no more, no less. Kasi kayo ay nagagalit. Natutuwa sila. Mabuti nga, mainis siya sa akin. Kaya tuloy pagbibigyan niya ako. Maging objective kayo. Kasi pag subjective kayo, you may have the tendency to be annoyed with this client. Talo kayo. Naging subjective kayo. Dapat, my dear, kung anong sinabi ng dietitian, be it. Wala na kayong maraming mga explanation dyan. You monitor also the electrolyte status. And lastly, let us go into empathy. Ayan, ito, depressive disorder. Naku, asahan niyo ito sa board exam. Siya nga pala, ang illness na ito ay dati sa DSM-4 text revised ay magkasama si bipolar at saka si depressive disorder, my dear, sa isang chapter ng illness. Ang tawag doon, mood disorder. Ang tawag doon, mood disorder. Dito sa mood disorder as compared with schizophrenia. Sa mood disorder, the predominant disturbance. The predominant disturbance is the patient's mood. The predominant disturbance is the patient's mood. Unlike mga anak sa schizophrenia. Sa schizophrenia, take note, there is a wide variety of symptoms. Wide variety of symptoms. Noon, ang tawag ko dito, sakophrenia. Sinakop ng lahat. Di ba? Sa mental, may sakophrenia yan. Kasi you can see a wide variety of symptoms. Ngunit ang kaibahan ni sakophrenia sa mood disorder, ang prominenteng disturb sa pasyente ang kanyang mood. Ano ba ang mood, anak? Pareho ba ito sa affect? Pag layman, sasabihin pareho. Pero alam nyo, sa psychiatry, ang mood is said to be inner state of mind. Inner state of the mind that is expressed through affect. Inner state of the mind that is expressed through affect. Mga anak, ang mood, estado ng kaisipan na naipapahayag natin sa pamamagitan ng affect. Okay, kumbaga, example ng mood, depressed mood. Napapahayag ko yan sa pamamagitan ko ng affect. Ano nangyayari sa akin? Sad, apathetic. So, ang affect naman, external response. External response to varied state of mood. External response to varied state of mood. Natural, pag depressed ka, ano ang iyong affect? Apathy, di ba? Maaaring apathetic ka kahit na nagkakasayan dyan. Kahit nahuhulog na yung mga co-patients mo sa kakatawa. Makikita ka sad, mournful. Okay, malungkot. Hindi lang dyan, irritable. Nakikita sa'yo, say, sad, empty, irritable. Okay. At maaaring apathetic. Ang affect kasi, anak, measurable. Ang affect is quantifiable, nasusukat. So kung ang affect mo ay apathy, ang apathy, my dear, kung nasusukat, 0. Ang scale mo, 0. Ang apathy, complete absence of feelings. Complete absence of feelings. Kumbaga, ikaw ay bato, monumento, hollow blocks, deadma, rock. Sa board exam, definition of empathy is a state of indifference a state of indifference wherein a normal person, elicits a response. Okay, nakuha nyo. State of indifference wherein a normal person elicits a response. O, halimbawa, medyo sumaya-saya ka na ngayon kasi nag-check mo na isikalog mo. Maaaring magkaroon ka ng flat affect. Bibigyan natin ng scale of 1. Ang flat, absence or near absence. Absence or near absence. Ang blunt naman mga anak, bigyan natin ng scale ng 2. Ang blunt is severe reductions. Blunt, severe reductions. Okay. Ang labay naman, ano nangyayari? Mood swings. Mood swings. Okay. So ang labay, minsan sobrang saya, kumisan sobrang lungkot, pamamaya bigla na lang sobrang galit. Nag-get yung mga anak ang affect, ang kaibahan nito sa mood. Kaya ang diagnosis anak na mood disorder ay tinanggal na. Bakit? Binalikan na. Kasi ang diagnosis ngayon ng depressive disorder or bipolar disorder is no longer on the mood changes or mood disturbances of the client. But the diagnosis now will be based on the person's activity and energy level. Activity and energy level. Kaya hindi na, pinalitan na. Wala na yung chapter ng mood disorder. Ginawa ng 2 chapters. We have your depressive disorder and bipolar disorder. Get nyo ba mga darling? Okay, so, ang tatandaan nyo sa depressive, 3, say, sad, empty, irritable. Sad. Sobrang agonizing ang kanyang experience. Empty. What am I waiting for? Ano ang hinaantay ko sa mundong ito? Kumisa nakakainis, di naman dapat magalit, nagagalit. And ang mahirap, may mga somatic symptoms like yung iba may mga atypical symptoms, wala lahat yan. Pero ano ang simptomas? Masakit ang batok ko. May friend nga ako, surgeon, ano? Hindi makapag-opera sa Fatima siya, no? Alam nyo, pain on the knee. Pag tinawag mo, friend, buong katawan ng detergent, sinabject sa MRI, CT scan, wala pang PET scan nun. Walang makitang organic pathology. Sabi ko, friendship, ha? Friend naman tayo. Refer kita sa friend ko, psychiatrist. Alam naman, kaloob ako ng mental. Abay, binigyan ng anti-dep na wala. Kita nyo, no? And then yung cognitive changes. Anong cognitive changes? Mabibigo ako. Hindi ako papasa sa board. Talagang hindi ka papasa sa board kasi tatandaan natin, positive thought will yield positive result. Negative thought will yield negative result. Okay, cognitive. Anong nararamdaman? Ako ay mabibigo. Ayun, hindi lang ang mundo ay empty. Ang mundo ay worthless ka. Ang pag-iisip mo, you have worthlessness, inutile, walang silbi, helpless. Okay, so ito ay nag-lead ng dysfunctions. The major depressive disorders for more than 2 weeks na meron kang dysfunctions, may major dep yan. Pero tingnan nyo muna sa assessment. Gusto ko muna mag-assess tayo. Alamin nyo, baka hindi naman depression. Baka naman ang tao ay nakakaranas may death ng grieving process. Okay, take note para maging mas maliwanag ano ba ang kaibahan ng grief process sa depression. Pareho silang nakaranas ng loss. Ang depression may pathological reaction, abnormal or pathological reaction to a real loss. Talagang iniwang kanikulas. Or it could be an imagined loss. Imagine. Like for example, the fifth wealthiest man of Germany, in anticipation for the losses because of the pandemic, abay, nagpakamatay ba naman ang mohong na ito? Hindi pa naman nalulugi ang kanyang pagawaan ng kotse. Abay, ini-imagine pa lang na malulugi siya. And not only that, my dear, symbolic loss. Example nito, the hospital is so important to me. I spent, and you just imagine, 44 years in the service. Medyo kumisan nga, baliw na ako eh. Take note of that. Symbolic loss. Napakahalaga. So, nung nag-retire ako, lungkot na lungkot ako. Siyempre, may retirement party, etc. Nung mini-makeup ako na matagal nang nag-makeup sa akin pag may important event. Ang lungkot ng mukha mo, ma'am. Oo nga, hindi ko mapigilan talaga eh. Naiiyak ako. So, ayun. Medyo may-makeup, medyo na ano, no? Hindi, sabi ko, I have to face this is it. Na buhos ko na lahat ng pagmamahal ko. Dapat ako ay bigyan ng laya ang sarili ko para sa sarili ko. Symbolic. Pero kung halimbawa, mga anak, hindi ako nakafocus bilang isang consultant ng Department of Health. Tapos noon, board reviewer ako. Tapos continuous pa rin. Meron kaming home care dito. Ako'y magkaroon ng depression. Take note. Pero sa awa ng Diyos, wala akong depression. Pero dumadating din. Kasi alam nyo, meron akong chronic depression. Sa totoo lang. Ako na lang ikukwento ba? Alam nyo na yun, nung tatay ko, walang ginawa kundi magbulpi and blues sa aming magkakapatid. Okay, take note, ang grieving ay normal reaction. Normal reaction sa real loss. Totoong iniwang ka ni Kulas. Totoong merong ikaw ay nag-expect na magiging cum laude ka. Hindi ka naging cum laude kasi mahirap, hindi ka naglalagay ng lagay sa iyong teacher. Okay, another one, my dear, ang depression is coming from a real loss, but expect depression to occur if your relationship with the loss had been ambivalent. An ambivalent relationship, break bate, hiwalay dito, etc. Mala-impyernong pagsasama. Okay, ang grieving ay galing sa real loss, pero expect natin ito kung ang relationship mo sa iyong mahal sa buhay harmonious. Wow, heaven. Wala na akong mahilig sa may bait-bait ng boyfriend ko. Alam niyo, when my father died, I thought all the while that my mother will be singing, Hallelujah. Jesus Maria Joseph. Ay siya'y, talagang talaga sabi ko may pagkamartir ba ito, etc. Pero nung naunawaan ko na, kaya siya iyak ng iyak. Alam niyo kung bakit? Because of the guilt feelings. Kasi ilang beses namin pinanuhan na patayin si tatay. And not only that, because of unfinished businesses. Sabi niya, sana tinuro mo sa akin, hindi ko pa rin alam na medical disease ang pagkakaroon ng alcohol dependence eh. Dito na lang later, hindi pa siya patay. Patay na siya nung nalaman ko yung mga brain disease, medical disease, Hindi sana natin siyang binala. Ayin, kumisan nakatiga siya sa kanyang suka. Kumisan, ang itsura niya pag siya'y lasing na, pinababayaan ko. Ayun, ambivalent relationship. Kaya maikli lang ang buhay. Gawin nyo na lang ang nararapat na pagmamahal sa minamahal. And take note, para wala tayong mga mental baggages. And take note, depression is said to be prolonged. Pero alam niyo, culturally bounded ito. Depende sa kultura. Ang grieving ay shorter. Sa ating mga Pinoy, ang grieving 1 year. In time for the first death anniversary, pagbababang luksa. Pagbababang luksa. Okay, alam niyo kung bakit tayong mga Pinoy, very, very easy for us to resolve the loss. Kasi tayo, by nature, we have to follow those rituals, those activities to be dedicated to the lost loved one. Pag may namatay sa atin, tumigil na ang ikot ng mundo. Everyone should be attending the wake. Gabi-gabi, may padasal, may pusoy dos, may eulogical rites, etc. yung interment na dyan, bilibing na ang tatay ko, maliit yung aking bunsong anak, biglang may sumigaw ba naman, ilalagay na sana yung ataol sa loob ng nicho, may sumigaw na, ala ko kung ano, nung pala yung aking anak na bunso, dapat ililipat sa kabilang parte ng ataol. Wala namang ebidensya kung ano yon. So, para daw hindi babalikan ng multo. Kasi hindi kami naniniwala sa multo. Sa psychiatry, ang tawag namin yan, wistful fulfillment. Hindi kami naniniwala sa multo, multo. Okay. Sa mga Amerikano, 2 years, my dear, ang considered na normal grieving process. Pero more than 2 years, ang nakalagay sa American book, is still you are haunted by the memory of the loved one, my dear. Tingnan nyo, baka depression yan. Prolong, araw-araw, dinadalaw mo puntod, araw-araw ay ang feeling mo, ikaw ay wala na rin pag-asa, agonizing, excruciating experiences. Okay, grief process is usually exogenous. Coming, my dear, saan ito? External source, stressor. Endogenous ang depression. Depression is endogenous. Coming from brain chemicals. Coming from brain chemicals. Depression is self-blaming. By the way, mga anak, if you have lost previously, perhaps you would like to know when can you start out to live and love again. Expect that you can live and love again if you can spontaneously recall, those positive or negative experiences with the loss. Ano ibig sabihin ko nito, anak? Spontaneously recall those positive and negative experiences with the loss. Spontaneously, hindi na bumabaras sa lalamunan nyo, that you can give an account of those happy and lonely memories with the loss. Example nito, anak, abay kami maagang pinawin ang aming border viewer. Sa madre kami noon nakatira. And then the mother said, hindi maglalakwat siya. Go to St. Jude. Punta naman kami sa St. Jude. Talagang yung kaibigan ko pa nagsabi, sabi natin kay sister, St. Jude, pupunta tayo. Yun na nga, sabi ni sister, kaya punta kayo sa St. Jude. Malayo pa lang, nakita ko na yung tok-tok ng ulo ng kanyang boyfriend. Alam ko, napansin niya. Pero great pretender, kunyari, hindi ko matiis, sinugod ko. Kaibigan ko, parang na-robot na nakatayo dyan. Okay, ang ginawa ko, denial ka. Kakahabag ang kaibigan ko para ako ang girlfriend, And then, alam niyo, di nakasalita yung lalaki, biglang umalis, kaibigan ko, nandun, umiiyak. Sabi ko, mahirap na pinagdadaanan ng friendship ko, Sadyang matalino. She made it with the board exam. Alam nyo, ka-89 nga yung kaibigan ko, ako 88.38 lang Eto na ngayon, nung after 3 months, may sweldo na kami sa mental. And then sabi ko sa kanya, friendship blowout kita. Saan mo gusto? Doon sa Luis and San, yung favorite na pag pinag-datean mo ng boyfriend mo, ng dati mong boyfriend. Sabi ba naman ng aking kaibigan, excuse me, kahit blowout mo ba ako ng milyon-milyon na palabok na aking favorite, pati gulaman ang sagot, no and no and no and no. Galit na galit, hindi ko pa alam yung mag-grieving na ganyan. And then, can you just imagine, after almost a year, sabi ng friendship ko, friend, punta naman tayo sa Luis and Sons. I've been missing the delicious palabok of Luis and Sons. And then sabi ko, nananaginip ka ba ng gising? Ito, baka naman nanloloko ka lang dyan. Hindi friendship, those were the days, forgive and forget. Napatawad ko na silang lahat. Kailangan kalimutan, mag-move on na ako. Sabi ko, ano ba ito? And then nung napunta ka na kami sa Luis and Sons, sabi niya, friend, dun tayo sa table for two. table for two. Tatlo tayo, darating yung boyfriend ko. Magkandungan na lang kayo. Pag nakiblow out, napakatindi discomfort niyan. Grabe ka. Hindi friendship. Meron akong 10 pesos. Noon, malaking halaga 10 pesos. 8 pesos lang sweldo namin during that time. And just imagine sacrificing the 10 pesos binigay doon sa cashier. Pahiram ng upuan mo. Then doon umupo ang aking boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, yung husband ko na. And then umupo pa lang ang husband ko, sabi, pahingi ng 5 centavos. Aanin mo? Alaglag ko sa jukebox at patutugtugin ang aming theme song. Eddie Peregrina yon, Together Again. And then afterwards, sabi niya, naku, kaya palang bait sa akin, sinubuan pa niya ako ng palabo. Lumaglag sa dibdib ko, pinunasan niya, ang cute-cute namin. And afterwards, nung pala, may iba siyang babae. Ganyan, ready na kayo to live and love again. So 5:10 na, bukas ha, 5:30 tayo ha, please. Kaya, 5:30. Dear Marge, pwedeng 5:30 tayo matapos bukas? Teens. Marge.
Yes po, Doc. Pwede po.
5:30. Kung ano pang kaya pa nila hanggang 6 o'clock ha.
Yes po.
Salamat. Marami
Thank you
pong
din po.
salamat. Panginoon, salamat po sa enerhiyang binigay mo po sa akin kahit po ako napagod sa interment po ng aking hipag. Siguro po nandyan siya, tinutulungan ako na ma-deliver ko adequately para po maging instrumento sa pagiging registered nurses ng mga taong patuloy na nagmimiti at ma-realize ang kanilang dreams and aspirations. Lord, you know how we shared common dreams, common aspirations and hopes. We know, loving Father, that if you're with us, no one can be against us. In Jesus' name, amen, amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen. Bye-bye. Mama, chup-chup. Take care. God bless.
Bye, Doc.
Bye.